Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Esparza.
Present.
President Chavez.
Here. All right, let's go on to the invocation and pledge of allegiance. And today we have our new team member, Pastor Booker T. Lewis, that will be doing the invocation for us. Welcome to City and welcome to City Hall. If everybody could please rise and move your heads, and then we'll do the pledge of allegiance after.
Council members, everybody, Mayor, Dyer, acknowledgements, let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come this morning grateful for another opportunity to serve you and serve this community well. God, we know that these are challenging times, but God, we also know that the earth is still yours and the fullness thereof and all that dwell therein. God, governance is under your purview and under your authority. And so we look to our Creator, God, in whatever fashion that we worship. We look to you, the extreme and ultimate power of our universe, God, for guidance and for wisdom on this day. God, bless our council, bless our staff, bless all of those, bless our mayor, God, bless all of those in this room, bless the citizens that have gathered here today to make their voices heard. In Jesus' name, God, be the strength of our city, be our refuge, and be our hiding place. Let everything that we do honor and please you. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we will now move on to the approval of the agenda. City Clerk, if you could please read off the changes to the agenda and any items that have been removed or continued.
Certainly. First announcement is we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators on Zoom. The City Clerk's office is requesting that today's meeting be adjourned in memory of Senior Deputy City Clerk Cindy Brewer, a long-time fixture in the City Clerk's office of 31 years. The following items are being continued. Item 1T, that is 22-30, approve and cooperative purchase agreement with Shade Structures. It is being requested to be tabled indefinitely by Councilmember Maxwell. Item 1BB, as in boy, that is 22-51, the annual review and acceptance of the FY21 summary of impact fee waivers. It is being requested for tabling to January 27th by Councilmember Maxwell. Item 1DD, as in dog, that is 22-117, a resolution directing staff to prepare an agreement between the City of Fresno and San Joaquin Air Pollution Control District. It should read subject to mayor's veto, not approval, and is also being requested to be tabled to January 27th, 2022 by Councilmember Arias. These are changes to the agenda. 1C, that is 22-87, pertaining to the expansion of litigation unit in the City Attorney's Office. That is the fourth amendment to the PAR, not the sixth. Item 1R, that is ID 22-72, regarding adopting the submission of substantial amendment 20-03, the fiscal year annual action plan. Councilmember Arias will be making an amendment to the motion on the dais. Then we have item 3B, 22-106, regarding homeless service investments. That is a workshop. That should be listed as a workshop on the agenda. Closed session item 5E, that is 22-96, regarding the property on Olive Avenue. The address is not 1807. The correct address is 1804 East Olive Avenue. And then the following items are being moved to contested consent calendar for additional discussion. Item 1D, as in dog, that is 22-98, regarding administrative abatement. It is being requested to contested consent by Councilmember Maxwell. 1I, that is 22-19, regarding submission of a grant application to the California Department of Water Resources, being moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1J, that is 22-67, regarding a construction contract with Clean Cut Landscape Incorporated. It is being moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1L, that is ID 22-04, regarding the master equipment lease purchase agreement and resolution. It's being moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 1Q, that is 22-75, regarding the supplement of emergency solutions grant funding provided by the Department of Housing and Community Development. It is being moved by Councilmember Arias to contested consent. And we also have 1AA, that is ID 22-35, regarding an awards requirement contract to West Coast Arborist. It is being requested to be moved by Council Members Arias and Maxwell. Those are all the changes I have.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. I might regret asking this to my colleagues, but are there any other items that you wish to pull? Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, I would like to pull item 1Y, as in yellow, and for discussion.
For discussion?
Yeah, and I would like to ask Councilmember Maxwell why he's pulling the shade and fabric structures that need to be replaced at the amphitheater at Woodward Park to be tabled indefinitely. I mean, this is a shade structure that is used by many people, obviously, and the Rotary needs this as they put events on there, and so I'm not sure why you want to pull that.
Yeah, Councilmember Bredefeld, I pulled that not because I'm necessarily opposed to the item. I would like some more time to review what the long-term plan at Woodward Park is. I think I have a pretty solid record on this dais of ensuring that we're not incentivizing a lot of people into confined spaces. I have a concern of putting a shade structure for an amphitheater when we have an Omicron variant, no end in sight to the COVID-19 disease. And so I'm just not sure I want to make that investment at this time. I'm not sure that's a huge priority for me right now. I'm not saying I'm opposed. I would like another week or two to review it, to see what the long-term plan for Woodward Park is. Are we going to keep parks fully open? Are we going to start incentivizing people to use amphitheaters? I don't know what the long-term plan for the city is, council member. I would like to know what that is before I start making these investments.
Okay, so that makes no sense to me because we want to keep people outside, not keep people inside. The amphitheater is outside. And I mean, this reminds me of when we locked all the playgrounds, didn't allow children to be in our parks, made sure they couldn't play basketball, made sure they couldn't do these things. It was completely idiotic and stupid. And we want to encourage people to be outside. This is a facility that needs a shade structure that's long overdue. I think it's lost its life usefulness over 10 years, and it's simply replacing a shade structure. So this doesn't prevent or preclude, shutting the amphitheater if that's the will of the council, be it ignorant or not, but this is replacing a shade structure. So, city manager, do you have any comments on this?
I guess I'm curious about Councilmember Maxwell's intent. So I can, if the intent is that we don't want people outside in our parks, I can talk to Public Works about doing
Well,
stop
I think
work
we're already
orders.
starting to misrepresent words up here. I fully encourage people to use outdoor space and parks. A confined amphitheater is a different story. And I just would like time to talk to the administration of what is your policy, the administration's policy on encouraging these kinds of large outdoor gatherings over this next year. I think once I have that discussion and conversation with the administration, could feel more comfortable pulling the trigger on an expenditure like this.
But the ordering of this equipment now, we won't get this in for months. By that time, it'll be a different environment. So I'm just curious. Again, I can have parks and Public Works stop doing all projects in parks if we don't want people outside until we have a clarification on what the
Misrepresentation of my stance.
on what the outdoor rules are going to be at parks. So just give me what you want to do.
Well, I would like to pull the item and continue it.
Why don't we move forward with this and then you have a discussion with the city manager and get your questions answered, but you're stopping this that's going to take months, as the city manager is saying. Have your conversation. If you want to do something different, you can always bring it back, but why don't we approve this and move forward with it. And if you have an objection at some point, we can bring it to the council.
And we could delay installation until we come up with a plan, but just to get it ordered would be helpful, just with supply chain things as they are, we can get in the queue to order it and hold off on installation until we come back to you and meet with you about it. I think that would be,
Well, look, I'm not continuing this to July or October. I'm simply asking for a couple weeks to talk to the administration. I think this is a substantive question. There should be a long-term plan by the city.
So maybe I could chime in.
Council
So
President, if I may, just point of order, this is a simple procedural act, so we can
Councilmember
get
Maxwell,
to
are you agreeable to just bringing this back on the 27th? Could it give you plenty of time to have the discussion that you mentioned?
Continue it to the 27th for now.
Okay.
yeah.
You agree with-
Okay, okay.
All right. Any other items that council would like to pull? All right.
Council President, I do have
Yes.
one item. 1V as in Victor, but hasn't been pulled yet for discussion.
1V is in Victor, and that's on contested consent?
Correct.
Councilor Arias? All right. Any other items?
I do have a point of
Councilor-
clarification. I know that 1R was stated that there would be making an amendment. Are we pulling that for discussion? Because I did actually have,
Yes, we
Done.
can pull it for discussion, and I can make the amendment during that discussion.
Yes, I was also going to make an amendment too, so I'll wait till then to do that.
Would you like to do that, Councilor Soria?
Pull it.
Let's pull it. Okay, 1R. All right. Any other items? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
motion to approve.
Motion by Councilwoman Soria, second by Vice President Esparza. And just for the benefit of the public, I will be recusing myself on item in closed session 5C, the UMC item. So with that, I got a motion. Think we got everybody here, so we don't need to do a roll call vote. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. All right, let's go on to very important business. We got a resolution put on by Vice President Esparza confirming the emergency conditions to allow us to do Zoom meetings and everything that conforms with the Brown Act provisions. Councilmember Esparza, you brought this item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Public comment, I think we need to go.
All right, motion by Councilmember Esparza, second by Councilmember Arias. City Attorney, do we have to do public comment on this?
Yes.
All right, anybody from the public wishing to speak on this? Anybody queued up? City Clerk?
Yes, we have quite a few, but they've had their hands raised, so I'm not sure.
And,
if it's
and,
this
and
item.
just for the benefit of the, this would be specifically just on this item that allows us to just do Zoom and, video council meetings. So other items,
I'm
can
going
wait.
to call for Lisa Flores, Brandy Villegas after.
All right, Ms. Lisa Flores, you have 2 minutes.
First off, well, I thank you very much. I'm your first citizen making comments in the new year. As you know, I've been coming to city council meetings for almost, 2-3 years now because of COVID. And I appreciate your Zoom meeting. I appreciate everything that you've done to keep us safe and well. And, I want to give a shout out to Councilman Maxwell for having the concerns about it may be shade, but, about gathering and what the city policies are. I think it's a very good thing. I think that you get more people's input and, I can do other things while I'm listening to you and then I can jump in when I need to, but I thank you and I hope this continues.
Thank you for that, Ms. Flores, and thank you, Councilmember Maxwell, for throwing shade on shade. Who's up next, City Clerk?
Brandy Nunez?
Ms. Brandy News Villegas, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I want to tell you guys how much I appreciate the efforts that you guys have made on this and all the efforts you made to keep people as safe as possible. And this has been, especially during COVID, this has been huge, but I think it's been helpful in general, but especially during this time. I'm choosing not to be in person because of isolating, because of potential contact and getting tested. And I know there's other people, and there's also other people who, like Lisa and other people who have to protect their health. And this has been a wonderful resource to be able to know that we are keeping each other safe and protected and have access. And it also, in addition, has the extended benefit of allowing people to have more access that might have other limitations on access to the city council meetings, that might not be able to make it otherwise, that want to be able to share with something but can't get over there. So I want to support this, but also, if I have not been emphatic enough, just thank you so much to all the council members who have been focusing on protecting us and keeping the council chambers as safe as possible and keeping our community members as safe as possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brandy. City
Next
Clerk.
is Heather Parrish.
Ms. Parrish, you'll have 2 minutes on this item specifically.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm the co-producer of Rogue Festival, and I'm a Tower District resident. All last year, citizens of Fresno have demonstrated, written letters, and signed petitions asking you to take action to protect the Tower District's zoning and economic base as a nightlife and entertainment center.
Ma'am, this pertains particularly to this item we're discussing for allowing us to do Zoom. The public comment piece for folks to comment on other items will be coming up here shortly.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And lastly, Nancy Waylo.
Nancy, you'll have 2 minutes on this item, specifically allowing the city council to do Zoom. Or did you wish to speak on another item in here shortly?
Okay, can you hear me now? I do wish to speak on a different item.
Okay, stand by, ma'am. We'll get to that point here shortly. All right, I'm going to close off the public comment piece and bring it back up. Was a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none?
Nope.
Oh, one opposition?
I wanted to speak.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Butterfield.
Yeah, I'm opposed to this. I'm voting no. I've been voting no. I think we should rescind our emergency orders. There's always going to be another variant. We're now going on 2 years with this. I implore the mayor to rescind all the emergency orders. I've been imploring him. It's now the Omicron, which is a cold. It'll be something else shortly thereafter. So at some point, this needs to end. It should have ended long ago. And so I'm opposed to this and all of these ongoing emergency orders, not encouraging people to be outside, lockdowns, restrictions, vaccine passports, to live in society. It's completely insane. It's gotten out of control. Masking people with mandates, vaccine mandates, it needs to come to an end. So I am completely opposed and will continue to be.
Councilmember Butterfield, one last effort. This only pertains to allowing us to do Zoom meetings. Zoom, you were able to Zoom in
Yeah,
last
but it
time
also,
together.
it continues the emergency orders, the whole thing. I mean, I understand it's about the Zoom and all of that, but these emergency orders should be rescinded, and I'm opposed to this as I've been opposed to it.
I'll take it as a friendly no. All right, one friendly opposition by Councilmember Butterfield. Item passes. All right, let's go on to our 9 a.m. item 2022 City Council election. This, for the benefit of the public, is where we switch out the rotation for the president and the vice president. I believe I see Councilwoman Soria punched up.
Thank you, Council President. I would like to make a motion to elect Councilmember Nelson Esparza as president and Councilmember Tyler Maxwell as vice president.
I'll second that motion.
Got that nomination by Councilman Soria, seconded by Councilmember Arias. And that would be for Vice President Esparza to be president and Councilmember Tyler Maxwell to be vice president. City Attorney, do we have to go out to the public on this?
Yes, we do.
Let me do that, so get some folks to chime in if they want to. City Clerk, nobody? All right, we'll close that public comment piece up. Bring it back up to the dais. Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
All right. I'm sorry, I'm just so used to you punching up.
No.
All right, with that, any opposition?
Yes, I'm opposed.
One opposition, motion carries. Congratulations, Vice President Esparza now President Esparza and Vice President Tyler Maxwell. I guess we have to do a embarrassing gift exchange.
Yeah, we'll head down there very shortly. I want to say, first of all, thank you to my colleagues, most of you, and even to Gary, thank you, for entrusting me to lead this esteemed legislative body as council president this year. It's an honor to be elected to steer the spaceship that we call City Hall. It is indeed I call it a privilege to serve in this capacity, though I am a bit concerned at how eager Councilmember Chavez has been to hand off the gavel to me toward the end of his tenure. It's well known that I think Chavez shed his dad bod coat over the last year, but I think that balances out how much he's aged in the last 12 months in this position. So thank you for your service, Council President, and we'll thank you properly here in a few moments. We'll see where I'm at a year from now. But as we begin the year, I want to publicly pledge that our priority is to continue the tremendous growth our city has experienced over the last several years. I think what this council has been able to accomplish has not been insignificant. We have seen incredible strides in revitalizing our inner city, and I fully intend, as council president, to continue advancing our city's economic development. I think we're going to do this by tackling our housing shortage, continuing to redevelop, by rebuilding the oldest parts of our city, and making desperately needed infrastructure investments, and by continuing the investments that result in our city being a safer place to live. All of these components, I think, are critical to economic development and economic growth in this next year. Again, and I'll emphasize particularly with respect to housing. The demand for homes in Fresno is growing more and more every year, with new residents from across the state that are looking to become, for Fresno to become their new home. Increasing our housing stock and protecting our existing housing stock has been a priority for me and will continue to be. And I'm optimistic overall about working with this council, the mayor's office, to aggressively tackle that housing shortage. I would say that while the pandemic continues to present its challenges, this council, I think, has demonstrated that we can weather the storm and still advance policy and tackle the issues that impact our residents on a day-to-day basis. And you have my commitment that we will continue to do just that. I'll give the new vice president a minute or so, and then we have a presentation for the outgoing council president.
Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations, Council President Esparza. I want to first start by thanking all of my colleagues for the faith and trust that you've placed in myself and President Esparza to lead this legislative body over the next year. It will definitely be a challenging one, but I am sincerely excited to work alongside Council President Esparza. I know that he's going to do a phenomenal job leading this very diverse body over the coming year. To the city of Fresno, you now have a 31 and 30-year-old leading the legislative branch of government. And so now the onus is on us to demonstrate that not only can young people lead California's 5th largest city, but that we will truly help it prosper by delivering on the promises that every single person up here on this dais has campaigned on. Whether that's safer streets, supporting our officers and firefighters, repaired roads and sidewalks, cleaner parks, more homes, and especially more affordable homes, better jobs, more equitable public transportation, among many others. To my council colleagues, the guarantee that I give to you today as the new council vice president is that I will continue to champion good policy for our Fresno families and work with any single one of you up here to make that happen. And when good policy does come before this council and passes, that I will stay on top of the administration to ensure our policies get enacted in a good faith and a timely manner. The ask I have of my colleagues is that we make a good faith effort to return a sense of professionalism and dignity to this body and in the public eye. None of us would be serving on this dais if we weren't passionate people, but make no mistake. We're not presidents, we're not senators, we're not UN ambassadors. We're city council members representing a municipal body and the families that live here. Let's remember to stay humble, to be civil to one another, and get comfortable not hearing our own voices all the time. Lastly, to the administration, you have my commitment to continue to work with all of you, as I have done on a great deal, many issues in just my first year in office, to listen to your advice and input, and to work to find the best solution to our city's many issues, even if it's not my first or favorite choice. So again, thank you all for the faith and trust you've placed into us. I look forward to a good year ahead of us under the stewardship of Council President Esparza. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Very JFK-esque of you. At this time, I'm going to ask former Council President Chavez to follow me on down, and we have a little token of appreciation for your long year of service. I didn't get you any hair dye, but I think you're doing okay right now.
Let's go. Oh my God.
For Luis.
This is for Airlines District 5.
I'll trade you. Open it on up. Let's see what we got here.
The fact that you have your own ribbons now is concerning.
Council President, is that a selfie stick?
You'll see. You'll see. So let's see here. We got a nice little captain. I'm not sure what you call it. Show the public.
My head's too big.
We also have a plaque here to City of Fresno Council President Luis Chavez in recognition of your top flight service. We thank you for your leadership on the Fresno City Council and unwavering service to the residents of our great city.
Well, thank you very much, President Esparza. It's been a great year. I want to thank each and every one of my colleagues for the work that they did. Last year and this year were very difficult, and they had to send the two old guys to manage the pandemic with Councilmember Arias the year previous and myself. And now that we fixed things, now we get to let the kids drive the bus. So the millennials have officially arrived at City Hall, and they are flying the plane now. You guys have the plane now. But I just want to say a couple words to the public and our city, because I think it was a very difficult year. But we did a lot of great things. I think we set the playing field and built the foundation that we're going to build on this year. And I want to thank the mayor for your work, your first year, your team. You got a great, amazing team that does great work every day, oftentimes without the cameras around, and doing the great work that you do, from Rick Barfield to Francine to Tommy to Georgianne and Scott Mosier and everything. And I think everything that we did this year is really the foundation for what we're going to do in 2022. And I've seen that meme that says that 2022 sounds like 2020 part 2. No, that's not gonna happen here at City Hall. But again, thank you for the opportunity to serve. I've been here now for 11 years. I have a great deal of respect for this institution, for this building, and it's something that's I revere and it's very sacred to me. And I know we're going to leave it in good hands with the millennials in charge now. And so with that, President Esparza, thank you for this very thoughtful gift. I'm going to remember this for a while. And the fact that you have your own ribbons now that say Council President Esparza, I think is a little concerning. But I know how you millennials do things. So with that, this is Air Force One. It's a Boeing 707. And you must know that I'm actually starting now to take flight lessons that I will have time to do. So I'll get a chance to really land the plane in a couple of short hours, hopefully. So with that, thank you, and Council President Esparza, Vice President Maxwell, I have full confidence that you guys are going to do a great job this year. And you guys know me, they call me the submarine at City Hall, because I like to work out of the scene. Yeah, thank you for that, sir. So with that, thank you, and look forward to working with you guys.
Outgoing Council President, just want to say thank you for your 368 selfies in 2021 and your 0 abstentions in 2021.
All right, now I'm going to officially hand off the gavel to
Luis,
new president.
one last interruption.
Oh,
We have comments.
Yeah, listen, I just wanted to say, Luis, you did a phenomenal job as the council president, and I really respect and admire how you ran things for the year, and you did a great job in working with the mayor. I agree with you on his staff and how competent and they're doing a great job. And so just want to thank you and appreciate all the work you did. I know how much work it is, and you were always accessible, provided updates, provided information. I asked the same thing of the incoming council president, that he do the same thing, not just with his political colleagues that he agrees with, but those that he disagrees with, share the information, so we're all on the same page and can make good decisions for the citizens of Fresno.
Thank
Again,
you.
thanks.
Please stop texting me at 1 in the morning.
No, that's going to continue.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yeah, so the people of District 2, in honor of your refreshing change of leadership when you came here offering transparency, have a gift for you.
But wait, there's more.
There's more.
Oh, no. So I gotta. I don't know what to expect. It's from Target, which is good. I spend half my days there sometimes. Oh.
So, in honor of your hat, to go with your hat and your flight training, we have your very own to certify your service. Got your name on there. Fresno Fire. You'll be at the state one day. Don't worry. I'm confident about
I don't know. Tacos. Oh, tacos. You do know me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate the District 2 gift. That's Fresno State. That's right. Go
Former
Dogs.
council president, you can't eat too many tacos, otherwise it's not gonna fit you.
It's extra medium. It'll work.
No, I just want to say a couple comments too. I want to thank you, Council Member Luis Chavez, for your leadership in the last year. I know that given COVID and really the hybrid situation, I think that you did an excellent job and a remarkable job in leading the council during this year. I know personally how much work being council president. I know that people think that maybe it's just managing meetings here every day, but there's a lot that goes behind the scenes every single week. And so I do commend you for all the work that you did and for always, as was mentioned, keeping us in the loop when things were happening and were, just making sure that we were not in the dark. So thank you again for everything that you've done, for landing those planes that you did land, and for working hard to trying to land those planes. So I'm excited that you're going to go get some flight lessons. That way you can help mentor Council President Nelson Esparza as he tries to land those planes this upcoming year.
I'm gonna be accessible. I'm gonna help him, and I'm gonna put him on the Chavez plan. Hopefully, he can shed his dad bod this year too, and make it a trend. And so with that, thank you again, colleagues and Mayor. Oh God, you're gonna say something.
You know I'm gonna say something for you, Luis. I do want to say thank you for shepherding me through the first year of my time as a mayor. And a lot of folks don't realize the amount of work that goes on with a council president. But it is like herding cats or kids at times. And I know he does a lot of work behind the scenes late at night, on weekends. Oftentimes you don't get to see how the sausage is made out here. And you don't want to see. But this is a master sausage maker. Not only a pilot, but a master sausage maker. And so I just want to say thank you, Luis, for the way you worked through this year and kept calm on the dais and just led us through this difficult year. So appreciate working
Thank
with
you for that, Mayor. And I think the reason for that was because of what I mentioned, for your amazing team that you have that makes that job a lot easier. And that's my only one advice to the incoming president, to work closely with the administration. They have a lot of the nuts and bolts that we need to put, we're using so many plane analogies, put the plane together. But with that, before the gentleman reminds me that it's 2 minutes again, thank you, and I look forward to working with our new team in place and our new leadership that we'll have in place. And Millennials in charge, God help us. Thank you.
We'll make sure we budget a couple car seats for the pilot and co-pilot now.
And now we get a chance to hand the official gavel to Council President Nelson Esparza. It's almost as nice as the one I got. But that is his gavel now, and this is the official handing over of the council presidency to Council President Esparza. So thank you.
For the record, I do want to make a motion to elect Gary Butterfield to Congress for District 22.
Not sure we have that power up here. So in my first act as president, I'm recognizing Councilmember Arias. You had one more amendment to the agenda.
Yes, Council President, I'd like to pull item 1EE, as in Edward, for discussion from the consent calendar.
1EE?
Correct.
Edward. Okay. Noted. All right, so before we get to consent, we do have one more election to conduct here. It's the election of the chair and vice chair to the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of Fresno. Do we have a, well, actually, you know what, as the president, I guess I sort of take the privilege. I'll go ahead and make a motion to elect Councilmember Arias as chair and Councilmember Soria as vice chair. I believe that's the status quo we had last year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Maxwell. We'll go out to the public. Is anyone on Zoom or in the chamber wish to comment on this item, the election of the chair and vice chair to the redevelopment agency? Clerk, nobody on Zoom? Okay. Coming up to the dais, any comments from my colleagues? Okay. Go ahead and call the question. Any opposition?
Opposed.
I'm opposed.
We have 5 yeses, 2 oppositions to the item. Motion passes. Okay, and now we're back to ceremonials. We have one proclamation for today. I have the honor of presenting the proclamation for National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. I'm going to come down and I would ask our guest to join us. I believe Evelyn Gonzalez, Outreach Coordinator of the EOC, is here, as well as some other guests. Come on down. Thank you, Ryan. Thought we lost the microphone. Good morning. Welcome. Yes, it's very much my honor to present this proclamation this morning. Again, the proclamation is National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. With me today, I have representatives from Fresno EOC Sanctuary and Support Services, as well as Central Valley Against Human Trafficking. I appreciate you folks being here this morning as well to accept the proclamation. Such an important one to recognize this month. Want to begin by thanking Evelyn for all the work she did in helping us make this proclamation possible. An even bigger thank you to the Sanctuary, EOC Sanctuary, and Central Valley Against Human Trafficking for all the services that you provide for human trafficking victims and the great level of awareness that you bring to this issue, not just this month, but really very much year-round. This is very much a national issue, but one that I think is highlighted front and center here in the city of Fresno especially. I do want to provide you an opportunity. You are the experts, and you're on the ground on a day-to-day basis. So I won't stand up here and give all the different statistics and such. I think you're the folks that the public wants to hear from. Welcome.
Thank you. And yes, my name is Evelyn Gonzalez, and I'm the outreach coordinator for Fresno EOC Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project. And we do have partners here. We don't do this fight alone. It takes efforts of a lot of different community members to help with. So we have Central Valley Justice Coalition here, Breaking the Chains here, Centro La Familia. I'm going to acknowledge Mayor Jerry Dyer as well, because he was here at the beginning, and we have an amazing, support from the city of Fresno. We have a great Fresno Vice unit that is dedicated to human trafficking here. And we did have, a few years ago, the first, local trafficking sentence happened here in our Fresno courts with our Fresno DAs. So the city of Fresno is ahead of a lot of cities in fighting this crime. And it is a local issue, but it is very well known outside of the area, but it is a very local issue. So I want to thank you guys for all of the support that you guys have always provided for us. And I'm going to let our partner here talk about an event that is coming up to further continue the awareness this month.
My name is Tiffany Apodaca. I'm the co-founder and COO for Breaking the Chains. First and foremost, I want to thank the City Council for giving this opportunity, for recognizing this day, and again, to remember that it isn't about us organizations and the work that we do, but it is about the thrivers that we help on a day-to-day basis, and this is all about them and what we can do for them. The Pledge to Stop Trafficking is a collaborative organization where all of us HT organizations come together one day out of the year to go to the streets to bring awareness to human trafficking and to receive donations that is held by the Central Valley Community Foundation. Next Tuesday, the 18th, we will be on Shaw and Blackstone from 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., holding signs and just bringing awareness. I'm excited to announce that we're not just only in the city of Fresno, but we're in the city of Madera and Parlier this year. And next year, I just got an agreement from the city of Clovis that we will be out there next year. So if you happen to see us out there, honk your horn, wave, whatever, and just acknowledge that you support us.
Thank you, Tiffany. And a good way to make sure that we get rain in January is for us, you and I, as co-chairs of the Pledge to Stop Trafficking, to be standing outside all day. So looking forward to that. My name is Ryan Townsend, and I do want to thank our mayor and our city council for making this proclamation. This is something that we've done on a yearly basis now. I believe that this is an issue that can unite us beyond partisan politics. There are Giants fans and Dodger fans as a member of our coalition. And I do think that this is a way for us to, this month, January, is a way for us to shine a light on the voices of people who we don't hear, the people who are in the shadows, the people who are on the margins, and the people that we want to help. And as you said, council member, I appreciate that you recognize that this is not just 1 month out of the year, but that this is a day in and day out thing that we do to prevent slavery and exploitation here in our Central Valley. And so I just want to thank the community that supports us, and I want to thank all of the law enforcement officers, as well as the advocates and those who are on the front lines in terms of providing services to those who have been victims of human trafficking. And it is my hope that our children that my children and my children's children don't look back and see this as a time when we knew about something and we didn't act. And so my hope is that this can galvanize all of us to action.
Yes, again. Back on now. Okay, again, thank you to all of you. I know we've made a lot of progress on this issue over the years, specifically in the way that we think about human trafficking and the way we approach it, and recognizing that these folks are victims, right, and not criminals in and of themselves. Mayor, do you have a word?
Yeah, I did. I had the pleasure, I guess, and the privilege of being educated early on about human trafficking, and being a part of the creation of Breaking the Chains and serving on that board for many years, and as well as going out on the streets and collecting money for the pledge to stop human trafficking. And, you know, I think a lot of families out there don't believe that they could fall victim to this. And I want folks to know in our community that, that no family is immune and no community is immune to human trafficking. And unfortunately, I've seen young girls who ultimately end up getting trafficked that come from really good families, and girls that get trafficked that come from very poor families. And so it is a shame. And when you think about Fresno, unfortunately, we have one of the highest concentration of human trafficking victims of any community in the United States. And that's because of the large number of runaways and so forth that occur here. So please stay in tune with your children, monitor their social media, and make sure that they are not falling victim to this. So thank you, Council President, for recognizing them and all the organizations that work so very, very hard.
Yes, we appreciate you very much. All different organizations. The city quite literally could not do it without you. I know in 2019, when my office held a symposium over at City College, all of you, all of your organizations and more were there, very helpful, there to provide information to the community, provide that awareness that is such a critical component, as the mayor was doing just now. So again, we thank you, and our pleasure on behalf of the entire City Council to present you with this proclamation. Clerk, would you please read the proclamation?
Whereas Fresno EOC Sanctuary and Support Services Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project assisted and identified over 1,500 victims of human trafficking from our local communities. And whereas the Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project provides resources to empower, facilitate self-sufficiency, restore dignity, and support recovery from trauma for survivors. And whereas the International Labor Organization recognizes globally there are an estimated 40.3 million people in modern slavery, with 1 in 4 victims children. And whereas National Center for Missing and Exploited Children estimates 1 out of 6 endangered runaways are likely child sex trafficking victims. And whereas the U.S. Department of Labor has identified 139 goods from 75 countries made by forced and child labor. Whereas the City of Fresno recognizes the need for greater awareness and accountability in regard to modern-day slavery. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Nelson Esparza, the Fresno City Council, and Mayor do hereby proclaim the month of January 2022 as National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month.
All right, I'm getting my steps in today, up and down the dais. Councilmember Maxwell, see you're punched up?
Yeah, Council President, I'd just like to make a quick point of order. I apologize, I forgot to pull an item for discussion earlier. It's going to be item 1K. I'd like to pull that for discussion.
Item 1K, that is noted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. So before we get over to the consent officially, I want to provide an opportunity for council member reports and comments. We will go ahead and go in order of district. So I'll recognize Council Member Esmeralda Soria, District 1 first.
Thank you, Council President. The only thing that I did want to announce was that the Sikh Women's Organization will be holding a free vaccination event this Sunday, January 16th, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Sikh Institute of Fresno. We're inviting folks to receive their COVID vaccine, their booster, or flu shots. All of the 3 brands of COVID vaccines will be offered. So we want to encourage folks to make it out there this weekend from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Soria. Next to recognize Councilmember Carbasi. Oh, all right, yields the time. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of thank yous to city staff. This is from Member Chavez, since he likes me to express appreciation for folks. EV charging stations have been installed now in the parking lot. Thank you. I include everyone for dealing with my weekly emails of when's that going to get fixed. Hopefully they'll be around long enough for us to enjoy them. Secondly, thank you to the FACTS director. This last week we had a committee meeting, and you can tell he was physically sick and still engaged in providing the transportation committee full briefing on facts. I recognize that our folks, even though they're at home, some of them with COVID and running fevers and sick, are still processing, working on behalf of the residents of the city. So it was just a physical reminder that our folks, although they might be home Zooming, are actually working and working through sickness. So thank you to the FACTS director for that. And also to the park staff. Your team in parks has been on it. They've been making progress on the projects in our district, and I want to just express my appreciation for them. Your new director, Aldi, they just keep on moving things along, even though everyone is experiencing a shortage of staff, so thank you for that. Secondly, the not so much thank yous, Mayor. Can you pull up the PowerPoint, Brianna? Just a couple of things I want to bring up to the mayor's attention. I know he likes pictures, so we put a lot of pictures in for the mayor. But the mayor and I, believe it or not, have a great working relationship. We have plenty of things that we meet and discuss on a daily basis, and staff is working on a ton of stuff. But sometimes that isn't noticed by the public and some business owners and community that don't know how much work we're trying to get done at the same time and how difficult the tasks are. So just a first photo, Brianna, is the condition of the light poles on Fulton Street on Ventura. As you can tell, some of our folks have gone very creative with, portable gadgets that cut through aluminum. And it's been months, and staff is working on a permanent solution and a temporary solution. Next photo. As you can tell, folks will say safety, the easiest thing to address safety is good lighting, and that's the corridor where a lot of business happens on Fulton Street in front of Modernist, the brewery district. So just know that we hear you guys. We've been working on it. We're trying to find a solution that will permanently fix and avoid folks from easily being able to cut through and taking the copper and making thousands of dollars of damage. Next slide. At the same time, we've reported some missing trees on Fulton. They were replaced pretty quickly within a week. But the next slide, Brianna. Here is an example of the 56 other empty tree wells in downtown Fresno. Mayor and staff, we need to figure out a way where we not just replace the tree that's where it was reported, but we're proactively replacing all the trees that are missing. These are tree wells that have irrigation, that had a tree at some point, either the tree's dead, broken, or missing for some reason. And as we're allocating money for tree trimming, I think on the agenda is $3 million for tree trimming. This council has doubled the budget for tree maintenance. We also need to figure out a proactive way to actively go and fill all the tree wells in the city of Fresno that can easily be fixed with a $10 tree. So just to bring it to your attention, we are inventorying every single empty tree well in my district. So we'll be able to tell you exactly how many trees we need, the locations of them. And as we work through the budget process in ARPA, this is one of those things that could have huge value for all of us if we can have mature trees, especially where the areas where there's a tree well, irrigation already exists, and it's just missing a tree. So next slide. We're also working on infrastructure on downtown. Although you've seen some huge events in downtown Fresno with the brewery district, Chancey, soccer coming, and all that good stuff, there's still some roads that have, lived their usefulness that have not been fixed and are not in any SB1 or Measure C priority list. Next slide. We took some time with your department heads to go through this. You can see sidewalks that don't meet ADA, qualifications. This is the side of Fulton Street and Ventura, where there's a lot of people there. Folks are coming into the brewery district events, but basic infrastructure is completely broken and outdated. So expect that as we discuss the ARPA funds for the American Rescue Funds, we now know that it is eligible for usage for sidewalks, for lights, for streets when they're incidental. There's quite a bit of stuff that we can use American Rescue Funds to upgrade our infrastructure, especially when we're actively inviting people to come to downtown and spend their tax dollars downtown. We want to make sure we don't end up with a lot of lawsuits over broken sidewalks and streets that are just have outlived their usefulness. Next slide. I've been talking about garbage compactor for a while. Next slide. We finally have a business owner who's willing to host a garbage compactor in the brewery district. Tommy, department heads were good enough to go and walk that whole area, observe some of the conditions. We just have to make progress on a garbage compactor. That would resolve a lot of the issues with homeless residents who are going through the trash bins, setting the trash bins on fire, creating some significant liability for the businesses in the city. So I just want to remind our downtown businesses and our residents that we are working on it. There's multiple facets that we're working with the administration on, from sidewalks, streets, lights, garbage cans, homeless encampments, all of which is also going to lead us to a conversation with the downtown PBID. And I just met with them yesterday around some of the concerns around maintenance of that area. So just wanted really, for the benefit of the public, that to really remind folks that we're working with the administration. It is not that easy. I thought it would be pretty easy to replace a light pole, but if you replace it with a wrong light pole, it'll be damaged the next day. And undergrounding, cementing, all that takes quite a bit of work, especially when you're talking about such a corridor that has infrastructure that's 100 years old. So with that, Mayor, thank you and City Manager for your help with the work, and we'll keep on staying on task and making sure every project moves along in a timely manner. And then lastly, I just want to invite folks to the Martin Luther King March that will happen in my district on Monday, January 17th at 10 a.m. Please come by. We will also have some events with the mayor's office with Beautify Fresno on March 17th as a day of service in Mariposa Plaza and on Clinton and Marks. So there's quite a bit of work to do as COVID has, reared its head again. We're going to make sure everybody's safe. There'll be distribution of masks, gloves, and every safety protocol in these public events where we're asking people to come downtown. Thank you all.
Oh, so short of you, Councilmember Arias. Thank you. We have Council President. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President Esparza. Just want to flag something for the COVID subcommittee. As many of you know, we've had an increase in the new variant, Omicron. I can't keep up with those names. Omicron, Decepticon, whatever it's called this time around. But the fact of the matter is, we've had an increase, and I've seen the lines. I know we've all seen the lines of folks wanting to get tested for this variant, and I just want to put it on the radar of the subcommittee on what the city's response will be in helping with that. I know the county set up a website where folks can get, I believe it's 10 free test kits, but there's a huge need for that. Fresno Unified, and we were working closely with them, distributed, I believe, 74,000 kits to their families drive-through. And it wasn't enough, and so we see the lines popping up. I've been chatting with our folks that helped us last time, and thank you so much to Assistant City Manager Greg Barfield for your input and help on, kind of giving me a good overview of what's going on. Our folks over at UHC are actually not able to help because they're so swamped, and they have a lot of their staff members out. So I just want to put it on the radar of the subcommittee. I'm no longer on it and kind of addressing that need. I'll be chatting with our team, mayor, our city manager, and our emergency management team on just how we deal with that for the next couple of weeks. Sadly, I think I'm anticipating, and we saw this when Clovis Unified went back 1 week earlier than Fresno Unified to their schools. They are now having a lot of outbreaks at their school sites. Fresno Unified being the third largest school district, I suspect will have, just based on volume, those outbreaks as well. And I just want us to be prepared on how we're going to handle that. I think the first thing would be obviously the testing and getting folks that information so that they can make a decision for their family and their health. But I just wanted to address it. I've gotten quite a bit of calls and messages from our constituents. And then secondly, I want to thank our Beautify Fresno folks for doing the Martin Luther King cleanup. One of them will be in Southeast Fresno, and thanking Pao Yang over at the Fresno Center for the work that they've been doing and collaborating with our folks at the city. So with that, thank you again, and I'll yield my time back, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Redefeld?
Yes, thank you. Yesterday, the mayor, Councilmember Chavez, Corbasi, and myself accepted a donation from the Cashin family for $25,000 for the new City of Fresno animal shelter. And we were out at the shelter, and it is coming along fantastic. It's supposed to open, I guess, in April, fully operational July 1st. I guess we're going to have 57 employees working there. There's 4 buildings, state-of-the-art. We looked at the operating room and many of the others. Our focus is going to be on rescue operations, and one of the questions that I've been asked, and maybe the city manager can address, my understanding was July 1st, we would be fully operational, and the city of Fresno would be operating everything. I've had some questions about what role SPCA will have, and perhaps you can clarify that, because my understanding was come July 1, we were completely just independent, and we were no longer going to have any kind of a relationship with SPCA, and maybe you can clarify that.
Correct.
Just for the public.
So on the 27th, we're going to come to council with a power amendment for all the employees that we need to staff the shelter and the animal control function as well. With that approval, we're in the process right now of doing some job specifications and getting all those things set up to staff the facility. We will put the orders in for the vehicles, and that's the challenge we've got, is just getting trucks is a hard challenge. So what we're going to operate the shelter, the animal care and welfare function of the system as city employees. We're working with the SPCA to see if they could extend their service for maybe 3 to 6 months, 3 months likely, so we can just get our equipment. We just need our equipment, our trucks. We'll have the staff, we just need our trucks, and once we get the trucks, then we'll switch back to, it'll be a city.
And it will only, the SPCA from July forward until we get our trucks will only be picking up and bringing to the new City of Fresno animal shelter.
Correct. They will
That's
get the
only
calls
thing
from the citizens. We'll dispatch them. They'll bring them up. They'll bring them into the facility, and then we'll take care of it. They'll just pull into the Sally Port, drop the animals off. They'll leave, and then the animal's responsibility reverts to us.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. And again, I think council, all of us have supported this. This is a $20 million facilities, and it's something I think we're all going to be proud of as we engage in rescue operations. We're out at the airport, which is critical, I think, to those rescue operations. So again, I want to thank the Cashin family for their $25,000 donation to the City of Fresno for operations at this new shelter. And I want to thank the mayor and his staff for really doing a phenomenal job in moving this project forward. And I think it's something all of us, all the citizens of Fresno are going to be very pleased with, very proud of, and feel very good about what the future holds for rescue operations for all of the animals that are needed and need those services in the City of Fresno. Thank you.
Council Vice President Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to reiterate my thanks to this body for their trust in leading us through this next year. Councilmember Chavez, I didn't get a chance to say remarks earlier, but I really do think it was beneficial for my first year in office to see you in your leadership role through our first year. It certainly wasn't an easy year. It's probably one of the hardest years in recent memory that our city has faced, but the order of diplomacy that you brought to this body was really commendable. I think probably something you inherited from my predecessor. You brought that sense of professionalism and dignity to this body, and I really appreciate that experience my first year on this council, so thank you for that. This is officially 1 year in office. It hasn't been an easy year on many different fronts. There's been a lot of uphill battles. There have been some losses, but overall, I'm extremely proud of the accomplishments we've been able to deliver for our District 4 families. We've done millions of dollars in neighborhood infrastructure, whether that's street repaving, sidewalk repairs, investment back into our local parks, housing into our district and into businesses. And just to highlight some of the policies that we were able to accomplish in our first year, we were able to successfully pass the Zero Fare Clean Air Act, providing free fare for all Fresno families during the height of the pandemic last year. We got rid of exclusive negotiation agreements with developers, creating a more fair and transparent local government. We passed a no smoking ordinance, which means if you share a ventilator at your apartment, ventilation system at your apartment complex with your neighbors, you're no longer able to light up next door because we know that has an adverse effect on the children and families that share that ventilation system next door. We created the Eviction Protection Program, which invested nearly $1 million to secure legal representation and mediation services for folks on the brink of being evicted from their homes and apartments. It has always been my philosophy that if this city wants to get serious about tackling homelessness, the first place that begins is making sure people don't end up homeless in the first place. We fully funded Advance Peace this last December. We gave them, granted them nearly $1 million so we could start looking into alternative options of reaching out to Fresno's most disadvantaged young folks, folks that are probably predisposed to a gang lifestyle, and offer them a different opportunity, offer them a second chance, reducing violence, specifically gun violence, in the heart of our city. So I thank everybody for all the support and encouragement through last year. I promise you we're going to do even more this next year when it comes to passing common sense policies that help our Fresno families, when it comes to investing more into our roads, our sidewalks, our parks, when it comes to supporting public safety, police and firefighters, making sure that we have faster response times and more officers, and overall really delivering on the promises that I talked about earlier that every council member on this dais has pledged to. It was a pretty slow month during the holidays. There wasn't a whole lot of activity happening in District 4 as people celebrated Christmas and New Year's at home with their families, but I do just want to take a quick moment to thank everybody who helped make our inaugural toy drive a success. This is something I tried on my campaign. We did a little toy drive. I had a few people turn out, and we were able to give those toys to local children in the district. And so we decided to replicate that our first year in office. You know, frankly, I didn't know if anybody was going to show up to the event and donate a toy. So imagine my surprise when we had over 400 toys donated to us for that event. And so I want to give a special thank you to the folks that helped sponsor the event, providing food and sponsorship for the toy drive. I want to thank the Fresno Police Activities League, also known as PAL, with their Fresno Police Department. They were our fiscal agent. Every Neighborhood Partnership, Fresno Fashion Fair Mall, Pardini's Catering and Banquets, as well as Vista Consulting. And because we were able to raise over 400 toys, we were also able to distribute those to Norseman Elementary, making sure every student in their winter program received a gift. To children at the Marjorie Mason Center, we donated some gifts to the nonprofits Made for Them. We donated toys to Fresno County Department of Social Services for our foster youth and the Muddy Eye Ministries. And so really thank you to everybody. These are children who wouldn't have normally received a gift for Christmas, things many of our families take for granted, and I know it meant a world of difference for them in an especially tough year. So thank you for everybody that made that possible. I look forward to serving you in this upcoming year and passing even more great policies alongside my colleagues. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Vice President. I'll start off by saying Happy New Year to everybody. Welcome 2022. I'm notorious for wishing everyone a Happy New Year all the way up until January 31st if I haven't seen you the whole month. So again, Happy New Year. Again, I want to thank my colleagues for the privilege, it's no longer a right, but now a privilege to serve as council president. I invite everyone to join us for a light reception around 5:30 in the evening. It'll be out here at the second floor foyer with the windows, not with the windows, with the sliding doors propped wide open. There will be an outdoor component as well with lights and heating. Masks are required here at City Hall, so we'll be following all protocols. But again, folks are welcome to join us for that reception at 5:30 this evening. And again, thank you to my colleagues. And thank you to all of those folks, particularly our hardworking staff and Councilmember Chavez's office for making the transition such a smooth one and eagerly helping to prepare me very early on, sort of past the gavel. With respect to what's been going on since we last met, I do want to thank the Fresno County Farm Bureau for inviting me to be the guest speaker earlier this month. Pleasure to get in front of those folks and just provide an update about what's going on at City Hall, and I anticipate I'll be doing a lot more of that as council president on behalf of this legislative body. Also want to thank all the different folks, the New Manchester, our central Central Policing District, and all the different partner organizations for putting on a successful Santa's Workshop back in December. That was held again at the parking lot of the Manchester Center, a safe outdoor event, great turnout. I think we made a lot of kids happy that day, and very much look forward to doing more of those events. Those are one of my favorite parts of the job. And again, I want to thank all our different partners in those efforts. Lastly, as mentioned by my colleague, we do have our Martin Luther King Jr. celebration coming up. I love doing the march every year, and again, I invite the community to come out and march with us this coming Monday. I'll be there. My colleagues will be there. I'm sure the mayor will be there as well. That's a great way to honor the memory of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And again, outdoor event. We'll be marching outside. So I encourage you to mask up and come on down and join us. Last thing I'll say is we are in the middle of the pandemic raging once again. I think there is a light on the horizon, but obviously it's gotten worse before it's going to get better. I think based on the numbers right now, we're seeing roughly 1% of our workforce contract COVID on a daily basis. That's about what it's averaging out to, anywhere between 20 to 30 to 40, sometimes in the teens cases, but it's averaging out to about 1% of our workforce here in the city alone getting sick each day. And that's because of the legislation that we had passed back in July of 2020, mandating that we provide that information to all city employees. So again, I'll remind everyone to stay as safe as possible during the surge, mask up indoors, and get vaccinated if you have not, or go get your booster if you have not. And we will hopefully come out stronger on the other end of this. But again, just my weekly reminder to folks to stay as safe as possible, particularly during this surge here in January. We'll move on to the report from the administration, the mayor and/or city manager. City manager, mayor, any report? Mayor does.
Sure, thank you. Briefly, on January 27th, we hear loud and clear many of the needs in the neighborhoods regarding the infrastructure, lights, sidewalks, streets. We'll be bringing forth our American Rescue Plan recommendations on that day, and it will be heavy emphasis after communicating with all of you on neighborhood infrastructure, sidewalks, streets, lights, et cetera. So many of the things that were portrayed this morning, accurately so, regarding downtown, we'll be addressing those issues. Also plan on bringing the mid-year on the 27th, mid-year review, so we'll have an opportunity to discuss that in terms of funding. And then lastly, we convened last week our first One Fresno housing strategy for Fresno. Matt Grundy, Deputy Mayor, as well as Tyrone Williams from the Housing Authority, and Phil Sky from our Housing Department, our division, will be co-chairing that committee and meeting weekly. And we also have our homeless subcommittee that participated as well. That was Councilmember Soria, Arias, and Bredefield. And so by the end of March, we will bring forth a very comprehensive housing strategy for Fresno that will meet the needs of our community, the 36,000 to 40,000 affordable home shortages in our community. And we'll be bringing forth a very comprehensive plan for the council to approve at that time. That's it.
City manager?
Yeah, it's been a month, so couple of quick things. We're at that time of year where we need to bring you the annual comprehensive financial report. So Mike Lima is working to schedule meetings with each of the council members to just kind of review it, and then we'll bring it to council for accepting. So we're scheduling that, but if you have a chance to meet with Mike and go over the document, that'd be awesome. We also have the cannabis appeals scheduled for February the 16th. We had issued 4 preliminary approvals, and 3 of them have been appeals were issued, and so we will be doing that on February the 16th for those 3. And then I wanted to update everybody that I met with Carrie Donis, our fire chief, Francine Kane, and our consultant, and so we're preparing our SAFER grant. It's due February 4th. We're looking at different configurations of how we want to use those dollars to bring in the new firefighters to help address some of the gaps we've got. So we're working through that structure right now, but we'll be submitting that on February 4th. And that's the update. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to consent, and then we're going to bundle in public comment on the unscheduled communication there. Do my colleagues have any further items to pull from the consent calendar at this time? Okay, that's great. All right, so at this time, we're going to go ahead and conduct unscheduled communication. This will also include public comments for the consent calendar, whether it remains on consent or it is still on contested consent. So at this time, while we do have several cards here in person, I'm going to try something a little new here as the new council president. Myself and Councilmember Maxwell last year brought forth an ordinance to ensure that we have accessibility from folks who do not feel comfortable coming into the council chamber. And so this, again, our virtual format will continue even long after COVID is gone. Folks will be able to participate here in person and or via telephone or via Zoom. And so we do have folks tuning in and participating on Zoom right now. We do have folks here in the chamber. And what I'm going to do is alternate between one and the other. I'm going to call someone from the chamber, and then call someone on Zoom, and so forth until we've gone through everybody who wants to speak. We'll go ahead and do 3 minutes today. It doesn't look like we have too many folks in the way that we have in the past. So I'll go ahead and we'll do 3-minute comments today. First speaker is Cindy, and I cannot make out the last name, but it's Cindy P. Gambino, welcome. Welcome, Cindy. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome and congratulations, President Esparza and Vice President Maxwell. And Mayor Dyer, you said you like pictures. I have one for you here. I come before you with some very grave concerns. I received a call last Friday at 4 a.m. from the Sun Lodge, previously Days Inn, from a resident there. It was 4 in the morning. She was hysterical. This is run by Turning Point and Housing Authority, I believe. The resident's door was kicked in, not by Fresno Police Department, but by the authority of a nighttime worker with Turning Point and Pacific Valley Pride, the security. This is the door. It was kicked right off the hinges. Right off the hinges. Excuse me. The Fresno police officer that came out, I'm going to remain anonymous with him, verbatim, he said that when he comes out on calls that he doesn't let his feelings get in the way, but this one did. It ripped him. He was shook up. That was his exact words. The door could not be fixed. I stayed there. No room was offered at all. No room is still being offered. This resident is a 60-year-old with a disability, and I know because I advocate for her in her medical appointments. And she was not offered the room, so she left. She felt unsafe. She left voluntarily. So there's a lot of red flags with this Turning Point, okay? I'm concerned for other residents that reside in their facilities. I want to read their mission statement real quick. Our mission is to provide public benefit through helping people develop skills, motivation, and resources to become productive members of society, healthy in mind, body, and soul. Mind, body, and spirit. Okay, so other concerns, the mail's being opened by employees, there's drug use of employees, there's no control of unauthorized visitors, and there is a cockroach infestation. Also want to share with you I'm opposed to 1FF and item 1D. And of course, me expressing my desires of this situation. And obviously, I just heard the advocacy with the breaking the change. Advocates are needed. And so with 1D, if you limit us, we're not going to be there. We're not going to be there to help them, to comfort them, to guide them. to let them know someone cares. And is it possible to get any N95 masks for our outreach? You guys blessed us with some. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Cindy.
Cindy, can you just go meet with my staff about the mask?
Yes, bud? Call him.
Go ahead and meet with my staff and we'll get you some masks.
Okay. On Zoom, we have Heather Parrish.
Hi again. As I said, I'm with Rogue Festival and I'm a Tower resident. You all know about 53 weeks of demonstrations and hundreds of letters and thousands of signatures asking for enforcement of zoning at Tower Theater. It's now been over a year since the city manager informed Tower Theater Properties and Adventure Church that they were violating zoning laws. It's almost been a year since they were last cited for that violation. Neighborhood businesses, the ones who actually have to abide by zoning laws, are facing de facto rezone as long as enforcement at the theater is not happening. Either zoning laws apply to everybody, even churches and theater owners, or the law is worthless. You are sending a message to every other neighborhood in the city that the same unequal enforcement may happen to them. And it's time you took responsibility for the public trust you're violating by not enforcing your own laws. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heather. Next speaker here in the chamber, Ed Howard.
Good morning, Council President Esparza and Council Vice President Maxwell. Congratulations on your positions.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. And council members, Mayor Jerry Dyer. My name's Ed Howard, and during my past 10 years of volunteering out there on the streets, I've seen a drastic need for advocates out there during these massive sweeps of homeless encampments. And lastly, I just want to say I oppose Measure 1D and 1FF, and I thank you all for your time, for hearing me, and God bless.
Thank you, Ed. On Zoom, we have Robert McCloskey.
Yes, thank you, sir, and thank everyone for the time. I just wanted to speak to several issues today. One, which is important, is to try to keep the warming centers open and through the winter. I know it's 38 degrees cutoff and temperatures are going to be in the low 40s, but it's going to get colder again, and the low 40s are just as cold. You know, I see people sleeping on the streets at night without anything except a meager blanket. So these are really needed, and especially during the COVID pandemic. I was at a center the other day giving rides, and they gave me a notice that the Ted C. Wills Center will be closed as of Monday. That's very, very wrong. The other issue I want to raise is the so-called abatement rate, trash, garbage removal yesterday. There was inadequate notice of what was really going to happen. The city, I had the notice here in my hand. I spoke to Travis R. Stokes, who was there yesterday, Assistant City Attorney, about the misleading notice they gave folks. It says the city will not remove or destroy the personal property of any individuals. However, to avoid confusion, please move any personal property you may have from any garbage piles in the area. Now, they're saying garbage piles everywhere next to tents and everything, which is technically true. Many people could not leave. They couldn't get their stuff. They didn't have the ability because of disabilities or the time given to remove their tents. I saw people's tents scooped up by the scooper and put in the truck. And we got to remember Kincaid versus Fresno, which is the very same issue, destroying people's property. Although people are allowed to go back to 8th Street at night, they are going back without tents or tarps, some of them, and they will certainly be very, very cold tonight and every night. Another issue is to keep open, if you want to deal with chronic homelessness, let's get housing first going. I am definitely opposed to 1D and 1FF. I think 1FS punishes home property owners with a heart, with more fines and punishment by this stronger measure about encampments on personal property and the time period for their removal. Especially 1D is very bad. I mean, we were out there yesterday and I spoke to Mr. Stokes about it. I told him I believe this is a First Amendment violation. By the way, just going back a second, before we scooped up the tent there, we told them that the lady who had it, owned it, had disabilities and was coming back for it. She was not allowed back to 8th Street to go claim her property. There was a police line there that stopped her from coming back. So she could not come back to get it. And we told the officer there, I believe, Officer...
Mr. McCloskey, the 3 minutes is up. If you could please wrap up your comments.
Sure, thank you very much. We told them clearly that that was her personal property and to not remove it. We have pictures of that. And and Mr. Stokes, who I know it says on his card that he is a police legal advisor, he went to the sergeant in charge there and asked them what to do about it. And he did not give legal advice to the police. The police told him what they were going to do.
Thank you, Mr. McCloskey. Here in the chamber, Jonas Paulos, come on down.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Congratulations, President Sparza, Vice President Maxwell. I thank God for each one of you that met with me. I was telling you guys the truth about the veterans. It is serious. Those Vietnam veterans made me who I am. And I'm actually a war child, not only once, but 3 times. And I was homeless at age 7, okay? Bombs were dropping over our head. We just fled to the Sudan. So I understand homelessness. Not only that, with my concussion again after college, so many blows to the head, soccer, I was homeless again due to my medical condition. I had PTSD from sports. So I can really, I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, the people that are left out are the mentally ill, the veterans, and our farm workers. We need to reach out. And small businesses are suffering at this time. And let's continue to do what we've been doing. Affordable housing. Thank you for the link at Blackstone. We did that with Lee Brand. Great. 188 units, people got to live. A lot of evictions had happened already. So we need to keep people in their home, like you said, Tyler Maxwell. Yes, we need to give them some of that money that we allocated from the ARPA. And I just want to tell you thank you. We got to continue to do our food drives because we're not off the hook yet. We still got Omicron lingering, give out masks. I'll be glad to get some because people mailed me masks from all over the United States because this is my 7th year, man. I enjoy what I do. Otherwise, I would have left a long time ago. My face is actually healing. I did 16-month acupuncture. This work is not for anybody. Unless you have a heart, don't get into homelessness. And let's help everybody, transition them with clinicians and mental health and social workers. That's the only way we're going to succeed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jonas. On Zoom, we have Andrea Gilio.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome, Andrea. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to speak on probably something that has bothered me for a while. For the last year, this city council has engaged in the most heinous example of inequitable enforcement of our city's laws. I am talking about the now year-long odyssey of the contested sale of the Tower Theater to Adventure Church. Why is this body not ensuring equal enforcement of our zoning laws in the matter of the Tower Theater? Our city should have no reason to fear litigation from the likes of Anthony Flores and Adventure Church. This is why city ordinances like the Tower District Specific Plan, Article 12, Section 15, 1202 of Fresno Municipal Code, that's why we have them. There is provisions to request an ordinance according to our city's laws, which Adventure Church has not engaged in. We're simply asking that you enforce that. in the occasion that a variance is needed. We're asking that you that you order our city's agencies to do their legally established jobs in requiring that Adventure Church request this variance and that they cease and desist all actions at the Tower Theater until such a variance is granted. You know very well this variance includes public approval. How can the residents and the businesses of the Tower District continue to believe that this council and our local agencies are acting in good faith in enforcing the law within the Tower District community when they choose to apply the zoning laws to the fullest extent to every other store, restaurant, business, private homeowners, soon-to-be dispensaries, and this very same council and agencies willfully neglect to evenly apply the same laws to one establishment in direct violation of said ordinances solely because it happens to be a church. Over the last year, Adventure Church has caused more harm to the Tower District than any good they have ever done. Their reckless behavior has attracted hate groups like the Proud Boys and other neo-Nazi-aligned agitators to our community. They have left graffiti, spread fear, harassed, stalked, and verbally assaulted residents. One of them even assaulted a pregnant woman. I am asking to make one of your first actions of this year to ensure equitable enforcement of the law in Fresno at the Tower Theater complex. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Des, here in the chamber. Welcome, Des. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good morning. Congratulations, Tyler, on who's president? Oh, I'm sorry. Congratulations. My bad. Okay, I'm asking, safe exits need to be defined in the new contracts. Exiting somebody out of one shelter and transporting them to another should not be considered as a safe exit, but as a transfer. Putting safe exits on reports makes it seem like individuals were safely exited into permanent housing. Example, Teresa has been transferred to 4 different shelters, and each shelter gets to claim them as a safe exit. I'm asking for the language to be changed in the contracts to state whether they are transferred or they had safe exit into a permanent housing or safety into a family member's home. All employees at every shelter in the new contract, I hope you guys put in there that they need to be drug tested randomly, have them sign up. I bet you if you called the directors today of all the shelters and told them you would be drug testing their employees today, half of them would probably quit. But you guys won't believe me until you do it. So please have the employees that are working at these shelters, low barrier shelters, where we do have addicts and we do have drug dealers, to please have the staff drug tested. Regarding the Poverello House and COVID safety, I know they're coming up for the funds, the CARES Act funds. I've been kind of reading into it. And in there it states that we're supposed to be social distancing. So I'm requesting that we go back to our social distance in every single shelter. That means in the Poverello cabins, we can't have 3 people. We cannot. You guys have 4 beds, it's 100 square feet, and we have an individual directly above, which is less than 3 feet. So they're not social distancing. Right now it's winter, the heat's turned up, no ventilation, no windows open. You got a Marian virus or whatever this new COVID thing is going on. They said it's worse than COVID. I think we need to start going back to our social distancing so we stop the spread. Let me see. CARES Act funding also states that masks need to be worn at all times. Everywhere you're getting the funds, so we need to follow the rules. If the individuals that are staying in these shelters have to follow rules, then our staff members that are working there and the providers need to follow the CARES Act rules also. All shelters need to have bed bug zapping machines. We have bed bug infestation again at the shelters. We have roach infestation at the shelters. Everybody knows that spraying for bed bugs is not gonna work, you guys. Turning Point saved money by keeping all the box springs, and we all know that bed bugs love wood. So by buying brand new mattresses and keeping the box springs in these places without having it tinted, the bed bug infestation is still there, and there's multiple clients with severe bug bites all over them. Staff should never throw away any personal property. This needs to be in the contract. If an individual leaves, please keep it for 30 days. And I back Cindy 100%. I was there at 5 o'clock in the morning with her when the door was kicked in. I asked the staff member, Pam, why the door was kicked in, and she said she wouldn't open it. Okay, she wouldn't open the door because she didn't want to talk to them. And the security was instructed to kick in the door. And believe me, they kicked it in hard enough to knock it over into the dresser, to break the dresser too. So imagine how hard it was to kick in that door and how much fear she had in her. So I'm asking that, and we're sheltering pimps and we're letting the vets die on the canals. You guys just picked up a vet, frozen, out there, just died. But we're sheltering pimps. This needs to stop. I thought we were getting low-barrier shelters to help people. We need mental health specialists in there. We need drug addiction counselors. They're asking for that. They're asking that you guys have counselors on site so they can talk to them, so they don't lose their cool and get kicked out. We're not supposed to be exiting people back to the streets. The CARES Act states that also. They're supposed to be in a safe exit. Transfer them to another shelter. And please stop the shelters from preventing people like Turning Point. You get kicked out of one, you can't go to another. Please, let's change that in the contract also.
Thank you, Des.
That's
All right. On Zoom, we have Gerald Bill.
Yes, okay. Thank you, and want to congratulate my council member for being elected president. So I want to speak against two items. Item 1D about the abatement issue. It looks like it's designed to basically harass advocates for homeless people and not give them even the same rights somebody would have if they were observing police officers doing their duty. And there is, a constitutional right to do that. So I think you're treading on thin ice with that one. And also I oppose item 1FF that was on your consent calendar. It appears to broaden the definition of, illegal use of a property, and appears to be designed to, punish people who are trying to do something to help with the huge homeless issue we have in Fresno. The city of Fresno is not able to house all the people that are out there. The numbers out there are huge, and we all see them every day. So we know that the city is trying to house some people, but it can't house them all. The city needs help, and there are people that are helping, and they're finding a way to help people have a more safe and secure and healthy and sanitary place to live than they were when they were on the streets. So it's highly inappropriate for the city to pass an ordinance to restrict that kind of activity and reduce the number of people who are being helped and kept off the streets of Fresno. This is a service that is being done by these people to the city of Fresno, and they shouldn't be treated as criminals for doing that. So I'm opposed to 1FF and also to 1D. The city has to enlist the support and assistance of its citizens in addressing the homeless issue. And that's why I'm speaking to you about this issue today. So I was sorry that item 1FF did not get pulled from the consent calendar because it should be discussed separately. Okay, those are my comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Gerald. Here in person, Clifford Dorsey. And at this point, what I'm going to do, since I received a card, come on up, Mr. Clifford Dorsey. At this point, what I'm going to do, since I received this card from Mr. Dorsey, is going to integrate the items 10 a.m. number 1 and 10 a.m. number 2 into our comments here, since these are three-minute appearances as well. So Mr. Dorsey, please come on down. And if there are other folks who want to speak here in the chamber, please feel free to fill out a yellow card here with our clerk, and we will make sure to get it up to me.
Good morning. The issue I'm speaking about is styrofoam in the landfill. This, okay? The styrofoam occupies more space than other waste. It does not decompose quickly, such as paper, cardboard, or as a plastic composition does. Some estimates put the lifespan of styrofoam in a landfill around 500 years. A landfill has limited space. As the population of Fresno grows, so does the amount of waste being put into the landfill. Over time, much of the waste will decompose or degrade. Not so with styrofoam. As already stated, it will take hundreds of years for it to degrade, if at all. My issue with the landfill by the city of Fresno is to reduce and eliminate styrofoam from the landfill. My recommendation is for the city of Fresno, through you, City Council, to pass an ordinance banning or restricting styrofoam in restaurants which use it for takeout food containers and takeout drink cups. Currently, there are 128 local ordinances in California cities restricting styrofoam containers. Fresno should join them as being the 5th largest city in the state. There are alternatives such as cardboard and heavy paper that are biodegradable and recyclable. Also, there is a plastic type which is recyclable. As a sidebar, the Environmental Protection Agency has determined that polystyrene, trade named styrofoam, is a possible human carcinogen when used with food products, especially when heated, the big hot food. Styrofoam releases toxic chemicals into the food or drink, causing a contamination which can be hazardous to your health. Among the California 128 cities with ordinances banning or restricting styrofoam food containers and drink cups are Manhattan Beach and San Francisco. This is not restricted to a single geographical region. The choice is clear. Stop your landfill from filling with styrofoam. Ban it. Restaurants can change to alternative takeout containers. Please consider doing the right choice. Thank you for listening. As for show and tell, hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Again, this is what you see in a lot of restaurants in Fresno. Plastic, recyclable. Number 5, plastic, recyclable. This is a thin, it's a paper, very thin, it's a heavy-duty type paper. You put something in for takeout. Very recyclable, very degradable. This is the heavy type cardboard. Okay? It degrades. You can recycle it. Styrofoam, not so. Do you have any questions or comment?
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I gave you an extra 30 seconds because that was very educational. Appreciate that. All right, going back to Zoom, Lisa Flores.
Good morning. I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yes, Lisa, welcome.
It's going to be a long year. Well, the first thing I want to talk to you guys about is Betty White. There is a movement among us animal owners to honor Betty White on Monday by making donations to local animal shelters and organizations that help out animals. Me, myself, and my dog Tasha will be making a donation to Halo Pet Pantry, a pantry that feeds pets to individuals who can't afford to feed their animals and keeping them out from shelters. The other donation I'll be making is to Fresno Humane, where I got my beloved little Tasha. So I would encourage the city council and all those that are listening to do something fabulous in the name of Betty White on Monday. The second issue I want to bring to the attention, and it's kind of an all-encompassing issue of a trend, a nasty trend I'm seeing in the city, and it's the changing of the planning process within the city. I have been talking to you guys for now 2 years and have been mentioning very randomly, and it doesn't seem to be on anybody's radar, that the city of Fresno needs an environmental justice element in their general plan. You know, you have an extension, but your extension's coming up. How about finally writing it and starting to actually deal with the environmental justice, environmental racism, and their problems in your planning process in Fresno? Because by not doing that, what you're really doing is you're continuing the process of environmental racism in this city. You know, we're dealing with 2 issues today, 1D and 1FF, dealing about abatement. You know, that abatement issue is really a harassment issue, and it's a harassment issue of the poorest of the poor, the most indigent and the most sick in our community, and the advocates that are working with them to try to ensure that they're safe. You know, then there's other things that are coming up along the way. Currently, there is, I completely forget if it's legislation that is coming before like the District 1 Planning Review Committee tonight regarding the overlay. Now, you don't have to be a stupid person to understand that it is an issue regarding Elm Street and regarding the South Pacific Plan. You know, and there's elements of environmental justice there. And, you know, how that interacts with air quality in that area. And you're looking at an area in Fresno that has been long the dumping ground for toxics in industry. And then you have to look at the tower. You know, I would really, really like the city attorney to let me know what laws I can violate, what zoning I can violate with impunity. My daddy was a cop. My daddy was a sergeant. He always told me, you do the crime, you pay the time.
Lisa, you're over time. Could you wrap up, please?
Sure. So my question then to the city of Fresno, why are you only implementing the planning process to those chosen fews? You're continuing to have the have-nots and the haves. And right now, it seems like the haves are winning. How about the rest of us, guys? Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
For your time.
Here in the chamber, we'll go to Mr. Rudy Chavez to discuss apartment management accountability and enforcement.
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Rudy Chavez. I'm 43 years old. Yes, okay. I was homeless. I'm a full-time student at Fresno State. I was homeless not this 2 semesters ago. And the semester before that, I survived COVID, and I had an underlying health issue that triggered the COVID. I moved into the Victor Apartments here in Fresno in District 4, and it was not my first choice. It was the only choice that would allow me to have a dog, and that was close enough to Fresno State where I could walk. I have a physical disability as well, so I need something that is close to the school. When I moved into into the apartment, I was told that I would be assigned a roommate, and because I was the first one there, that I would have to sign up for the PG&E bill in my name, and then when the other roommate moved in, they would sign their name onto the bill. When that roommate moved in, he did not do that. I went to the apartment managers. They said that there was no way that they could enforce that. And as a matter of fact, they said that he was not paying rent. He was, and there was nothing they could do because he was under the moratorium. He was protected under the moratorium. So I am receiving financial aid and student loans, and I am living off of food bank food. And I'm having to pay not only my half of a PG&E bill, but also a PG&E bill for a 20-year-old boy who is paying no bills and is laughing and making jokes with his girlfriend in the apartment that I live in that they are squatting in this apartment. It is very upsetting to me that the only response I got from the management was for me to take him to small claims. And I am asking the city to look into this issue because it's not fair that I should be having to spend my financial aid and student loan money that is meant for me on somebody else to live for free. That's all I have.
Thank you, Rudy.
Yeah, Mr. Chavez, I just wanted to interject real quick. Thank you for coming here and talking to the council about this issue, which, I think is extremely unfortunate, something that you're facing, but also unfortunate, something that you alone are not facing, right? I think there's probably, I would guess, hundreds of students going through similar circumstances or facing homelessness at Fresno State. I know my office was in touch. We'll continue to be in touch to do whatever we can, Mr. Chavez, to help you through this unpleasant experience. I hope that my colleagues in the administration hear the echo that we're hearing now that we also heard back in December, that there are a lot of Fresno State students facing homelessness or on the brink of homelessness. And we were able to make an incredible and historical investment into housing for homeless Fresno City College students last month. I urge my colleagues in the administration to take that same seriousness to our Fresno State students. It's a commuter school. It's not easy for, people who are 17, 18, 19 to always get to Fresno State campus and back home. Many folks wind up homeless or food insecure, and so that will be a priority for me going forward. I've had some good conversations with the leadership at Fresno State, including President Jimena Sandoval and Vice President Astone, and so continue those conversations with the administration. Thank you for coming here, sharing your story.
And
we'll
I
pick this
appreciate
up.
your office reaching out because I did have a conversation with your office, and I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
One other thing really quick. There is an apartment building in Fresno, the Palazzo, and they offer that the apartment itself pays for the PG&E bill, and then they distribute evenly between the roommates the bill. And I think that the city of Fresno needs to make that mandatory for all apartments because it is not fair that other people are living for free and others who don't really have the means are having to pay for somebody else's bills.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you.
Okay, going back to Zoom, Nancy Waitlow. Welcome.
You're on mute. Here you are. There you go. I think I'm on now.
Nancy, your mic is on.
This is,
Yeah, there's a little bit of an echo, but yeah, your microphone is on. Maybe try muting Gerald's.
yeah, well, he just turned his off, and I think that helps.
Yep.
So, okay, here we are, and I haven't been out on the front lines because I've been sick. Okay, but this is a good opportunity for me to at least say something. So thank you for that. And I really appreciate a lot of the people who have already spoken have, I really appreciated what they have said, and I hope you guys are listening. Okay, I am against the, 1FF and 1D. You need all these volunteer advocates. Okay, don't go after them. Don't, just don't. Okay, and I'm going to say I have been, except for a little bit of a leave of absence here to be sick. Okay, I've been working with homeless people for a long time, and I think you should really pay attention to what the unofficial, non-public people and groups are doing, because there's a whole lot of good going on out there. We happen to know that when you have a shelter, you can't have people have to give up their pets. You can't stick them in a room, with another person that they haven't even known before. You know, you have to treat people as human beings who have the same kind of needs and wants that you do. Okay, so that's that. And I want to be specific now about a piece of property that I'm just kind of obsessed with. All right, it's the what used to be the police substation parking lot, the Northwest Police Substation. Okay, now they moved over to Manchester Center, uh, and they left a lovely parking lot area that is all fenced. It has a big light. It has running water. Uh, it's getting really run down because this has been years now since it's been just sitting there with graffiti happening on the walls around and some homeless people coming in and using it because it's obviously a good place to be safe and you know you can make yourself very comfortable. I see it as an immediate place for people who are sleeping in their cars. It has one entrance, you know, people come in, they have a spot, they stay in their spot. Uh, it would just need minimal supervision and it would take care of quite a few people who I haven't heard that we have anything. And I hear that other cities have this kind of thing. And so I think I'm just going to stop there. This is what I do. I go full force and then I run out of steam and say thank you and please work on it. Please work on it and don't cut out your volunteers. They can be very, very helpful to you.
That was great timing, Nancy. Thank you. Here in the chamber, Fernando Elizondo.
I know you don't want to hear what I got to say. That's why you put me for last. I was the first one here, and I end up last, right? That's part of your systemic racism. Racism. Okay? Systematically, you did it, okay? Anyway, what I've got to say, none of you want to hear, but it's the truth. You need to get your priorities straight. Humans first. These people that are being put out by the city code enforcement are out there in the streets. They're freezing. You go out there and try and sleep out there. This is the answer to all of your problems. You always blame everything. Well, the people out there, the homeless probably burned that place down. They probably trashed it here. Why don't you help them? Why don't you put trash cans out there? You don't have to send people out there. They'll throw their own garbage. Put restrooms out there. The bare necessities, the essentials. You got money? The money's for them, not for bigger dividends, as I heard in this council. You people are so wrong in your ways, you think you're right. There's a thing that used to be SOS, and you know what that used to mean. Well, today it has a different meaning. SOS stands, you're stuck on stupid, okay? You're stuck on stupid. You keep going around in circles. The only gentleman today that has ever interacted in the 3 years that I've been here with the public is this gentleman here, Maxwell. Has integrity. The rest of you, I ask you for something, I write to you, you fail to even respond. Don't even have the decency to respond, and you know who you are. Well, anyway, things have to change. I told you a while back, you're into the fourth world country. This is the fourth world country, a country that had everything, all the benefits, everything that you wanted, and they lost it. Why did they lose it? Because of, it's called totalitarianism. Look it up, okay? Today it's called code enforcement. I call it code extortion. That's why that money that the code extortion comes from these people. This city council has turned their heads the other way. They don't want to see it. They don't want to hear it. I've already won one case against code enforcement. I'm on my second one. I haven't even gone to court, haven't had a hearing. They already put a lien on my home. I had that removed to get a loan. I know the bell's up, but it's like you say, you're telling me, don't do as I do, do as I say, right? That's your law. The laws are made to protect the rich or the greedy and prosecute the needy. You need to put that money on the table where it belongs to these people, in their pockets, not yours. It's their money. That money, you're just using them as a front to get that money. When the money runs out, oh, you're back out on the street again.
Mr. Elizondo, we're over time.
I
Can you
know,
please wrap
I know.
up comments?
I know, but
Hey, Mr. Elizondo, I remind you that the mask is required to remain in the council chamber. Yourself and other folks who, in the audience who may not be wearing their mask, I remind you that you need to do that. Thank you. Wearing it on your face. Moving on to Zoom, we have no more in-person cards, so if you do wish to speak and you are here in person, please fill out a yellow card, hand it to the clerk, and we'll make sure you get you up here. But we still have a few more speakers on Zoom. Shar Thompson.
Hi, good morning. My name is Shara Thompson. I'm a single mother, a Fresno community leader, and a resident of District 7. I'm not sure if you understand the ERAP application process and how hard it is to get through to the CDOs at times, and the challenges it comes with to get approved, and the trauma that it comes with to get approved. I initially applied in May and was finally offered assistance in October. I'm currently in the last couple of days of my quarantine after being fully vaccinated and boosted for COVID. I work in community outreach on behalf of the CDPH, providing educational material for the vaccine campaign, All 58, and will not be able to pay rent on time for February due to my son not being able to go to daycare, as well as myself not being able to work. How can you expect people like myself to start paying overdue rent when they aren't expedited through the ERAP process to pay rent and are still getting sick after doing their part as far as getting vaccinated? Families will be displaced, evictions will happen, and people will be forgotten out on the street, or they'll be ran off to another area of town. How will you handle the homelessness at that rate, which is even higher at the point that it already is, or at the capacity that it is? Thank you for your guys' time. I'm going to keep it short. I really appreciate that you all respectfully listen to me, and hopefully that we can extend the moratorium at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jessica Ramirez. Jessica, are you with us?
Yes, hello, good morning.
Yes, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, yes, so basically, today, as I'm here, my name is Jessica Ramirez. I am a Fresno community leader with Faith in the Valley. Not just that, but I'm also a mother of 5 kids and a hardworking mother. So as for that, first of all, I want to say, I'm pretty sure you guys seen the news, murdering happening.
Jessica, are you still with us?
Protection and housing, because this is what we all need. And also to mention that you guys need to listen to the community, the people that are here standing in grounds, going through these experiences, not you guys that are, working for it and just seeing it from your guys' point of view. It shouldn't be that way. You guys should all listen to the community. What are we in need of? Because this is basically what the funds are for, the community. And at this point, no one is listening. We're reaching out to you guys. We're showing up. We are the ones that are out here in the grounds, making things happen, helping others. And, at this point, you guys have the income to be able to help each and one of the people out here. And you guys are just like turning your faces, not wanting to help. And I mean, like I mentioned, also with the 1D advocacy, that's really, hard on me because it's like, that's what I love to do. And for you guys to crush it and just like, push us away. And it's just like, you guys shouldn't do that. You guys need to let go of your egos and your pride and understand and be there to help us, each and one of us out here, try to be out there and advocate for these people and be there. Why are you guys stopping us from, pretty much trying to arrest us? Just that you guys are making that a crime now. Like, the last time I knew it was, America here, United States was freedom. What's happening to all this freedom? You guys are taking, little by little, you guys are putting all these little laws and taking all that away from us. Why? I want to know, why are you guys doing that? And also with the right to counsel, rent control, strong protection for just cause, I experienced it. As of this point right now, it was pretty much, I got pretty much laid off due to the COVID and stuff, working at Amazon. And after that, pretty much I went through the, the ERAP program. I went through that. I had to wait 3 months, barely got the help. So now my last thing is on February, the payment. Then the father got laid off. So now it's just like, what's next? I applied at jobs. I'm applying at jobs and, we need more time. They're hiring. We're showing up to these interviews and they're just not, they don't call us back. My background is good. Everything on my record is good. I don't know what's, they're needing, workers, but when it comes to it showing up, they're like, we don't get callbacks. So how can we be able to afford these homes? How can we be able to, it's not our problem. We're doing what we can as mothers, as fathers, as, trying to do what we got to do for our family. So as for that, I want you guys to really, pretty much focus on housing. Because this is, everyone here in the Valley knows housing is number one. And what is it that you guys are keep on pushing it back and back and back, which it shouldn't be that way.
Thank you, Jessica. Next we have here in the chamber, Lance Cruz.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to come oppose 1D and 1FF. Seems pretty clear that it's written to be a barrier for advocates. Also here to continue to push the right to counsel and just cause for those facing eviction. Please revisit safe exit definitions, as Des brought up, and I do keep meeting unhoused individuals that won't go to the shelters because of the conditions and the treatment they've faced there. So whether that's drug testing, as was suggested earlier, or just general managerial oversight of that, sounds like the conditions there are not reasonable. Housing first, housing first, housing first. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Going back to Zoom, Haley White.
Hello. Mr. Maxwell, I agree heavily that the greatest way to address homelessness is to prevent it from happening, and I'd love to see efforts and resources focused on going upstream from the problem in future work. I think there are a lot of great organizations in town already dealing with that and addressing wealth inequality and systemic racism that can help the city be more fruitful in those efforts. That being said, there is also an epidemic of housing insecurity already here. I beg you all to please listen to Des, Bob, Brandy, Faith in the Valley, and all the other housing advocates who are telling you what they see day in and day out and giving their experience and knowledge of what our community members need. I ask that you use as much ARPA funding as possible to alleviate the housing crisis by expanding eviction protection and rent control. I implore you to stop criminalizing homelessness and end these inhumane sweeps where you're literally stealing the little belongings and safeties these people have, and to please avoid the temptation to start criminalizing unhoused advocacy in order to avoid accountability. To that end, I ask that you please oppose items 1D and 1FF. Secondly, it's been a year. The Tower community has been shouldering the emotional, financial, and physical burden of fighting to save their district. I've sifted through the discovery. There are thousands of complaints from Tower District stakeholders begging you all to enforce your own zoning laws. Lawrence Abbott's decision to sell to Adventure Church may be private, but the matter of the church using those facilities as a church is absolutely not. You are depriving neighborhood stakeholders of their due process by allowing Lawrence and the church to break the law long-term without requiring them to apply for a rezone or be fined. Erica Camarina's letter where they held them responsible in the beginning of 2021 cited Fresno Municipal Code section 10604C and 10703. But Andrea mentioned before, chapter 15, article 12 is the most blatant, obvious version of that law being broken. You might be saving the city money by letting things play out and waiting for one side or another to tire out or lose funds, but this is not ending anytime soon. And in the meantime, people are hurting. People are hurting on both sides. Lastly, I just want to thank you all for continuing to allow people to listen in and contribute to public comment via Zoom. It's far more equitable than requiring folks to be in the chamber, especially during a pandemic that is, contrary to some people's beliefs, still ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley. Next is Alexandra Alvarado.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for your time to speak today. My name is Alexandra Alvarado. I'm a community organizer with Faith in the Valley. There continues to be an ongoing housing crisis. Families are being threatened with evictions, being taken advantage of, living in hotels with their children, struggling every day to come up with enough money to cover a hotel night stay. How are they expected to save enough money to find a place to stay, a safe, affordable place to live? Folks are afraid to speak up because when folks speak up, marginalized communities who have nowhere else to go end up with nowhere to go. We continue to witness residents facing harsh economic impacts of COVID and the rising rent prices. In December, you saw over 100 people, including many Fresno State students, so powerfully and vulnerably on Zoom and in person, sharing their stories, making demands to protect their housing needs, to step up and to keep us housed in safe, stable, and safe, affordable housing. The city of Fresno has the Here to Stay report that includes policies to help alleviate our housing crisis. Families are being evicted, displaced, and forgotten. If we don't move forward with rent stabilization and right to counsel, what are we going to move forward with? Which policies are you going to pass? We need rent stabilization and right to counsel now. Councilmember Maxwell, thank you for lifting up the advocacy of students and for having conversations with leadership at Fresno State. Very important. I ask that those conversations also include the students who attend Fresno State, who have attended Fresno State and have direct experience and expertise in what their housing crisis looks like. On opposition to the amendment ordinance to begin payback on back rent, there's an amendment that will affect when renters need to start paying back rent due to COVID. So it'll be changed to be due sooner. We need more time to pay this rent. Why change the date to start paying? COVID cases are rising. People are losing their jobs, losing hours. There's no reason to move this payback date. As mentioned, Omicron is making its way through our city, leaving devastating paths in communities. And due to systemic racial policies, South Fresno is already one accident, one loss of a job from housing insecurity. The housing crisis in Fresno is only getting worse. Now is not the time to amend this when folks will begin to start paying back rent. The worry for our children going back to school during an ongoing pandemic is very important, and keeping them housed in a safe home should be just as important. In opposition to 1D, there is a proposed change in an ordinance to prohibit people from being in an abatement area. It's intentionally being added to prohibit homeless advocates from helping people during a sweep or cleanup. Advocates have been crucial in helping with the rights of the unhoused and assisting them through the process of an abatement. If advocates cannot be there to assess the street family, they may deal with civil rights violations and without protection. We do not need our homeless to deal with more useless charges on their record to hinder their lives. Do not continue to criminalize homelessness and poverty. On amendment to the unlawful dumping.
Alexandra, you're over time. You go ahead and wrap up, please.
This ordinance will affect safe camps and arrangements to help people with property who have folks staying on their property. I also wanted to mention how detrimental languages. Please revisit the safe exit definitions. and take into account whole person care when people are leaving. As mentioned, if we get serious about addressing our housing crisis, it starts with displacement. Let's not underestimate and unintentionally add to our current crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a handful more speakers. Melanie Lamp.
Hello. I definitely agree with the important issues that are on the table. So housing first makes complete sense, and I don't want to brush over that. My focus right now is going to be on the tower zoning rights. So I want to second Andrea, and there were other people that addressed this. There are zoning rights in place to protect individuals that find solace in towers. So this is a haven for groups that are targeted in other parts of Fresno and in the world. So I think it's really important, and I ask that you prioritize enforcing those zoning rights because it's important to me, and I know it's important to others. So that's all I want to say about that.
Thank you, Melanie. Next, we have Carla Martinez.
Hi, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council. I will be making comments about the ongoing housing crisis. A recent report from the Fresno Bee and Fresno Land have reported that within the city of Fresno, lockout data shows high lockout rates, especially within communities south of Shaw. This should come as no surprise as 60% of Fresno County residents are rent burdened, meaning that they pay more than 1/3 of their income towards housing, and 69% of low-income households use half of their income or more to pay for housing. Families are being evicted, displaced, and forgotten, and it will only worsen without strong leadership willing to push forward policy and funding like rent stabilization programs and board and expanding the eviction protection program, both known programs that mitigate the displacement of our communities are facing. Residents cannot keep paying half of their paycheck to merely survive. As city leaders and policymakers, you all hold the ability to pass laws and authority of millions of federal and state dollars that could protect half of your constituency and support an equitable economy that isn't benefiting the lowest income households. Moreover, I also just want to echo in support of unhoused advocates' concerns and oppositions to items 1D and 1FF. Instead of passing comprehensive policy to address the systemic issues that resulted in an exploding unhoused population, we are now punishing and making it harder for some of our most vulnerable residents to get the support they need. We need stable housing, mental health services, quality low barrier jobs, and other services that support folks to get back on their feet. These are programs and policies this council should work on passing this year, not those that find good-hearted individuals for helping their neighbors out. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Next up, we have Laura Splotch.
Hi, yes, I'm Laura Splotch. I've been involved in the Save the Tower theater protest for the last year. I really want the council to, we need to hold you and the city accountable for what's been going on down there. This has just gotten way out of hand. It should never have gone on this long. I'm tired. We get up early every Sunday and go out there and protest, and we don't get any help from the city anymore. At first, for a little while we did when we had large crowds of Proud Boys coming out to harass us and the cops showed up. But since then, they complain about being out there and they don't want to be there to protect their citizens. We pay your rent. I mean, we pay your paycheck. We want accountability for this rezone situation. We don't want to lose our weird place. This is a safe haven for so many people, me included. I'm not part of the queer community, but I'm an ally. And I'm a promoter. I do events in Tower. This is my home forever. So I just want to say, save the Tower, keep Tower weird, come out on Sundays, see what we're about, and no zoning, no rezoning, because they are breaking the law and you need to hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Last but not least, Brandy.
Hello, thank you so much for giving people 3 minutes. Thank you for that wonderful human trafficking prevention presentation, for the infrastructure improvements downtown, and what I saw online, the community-based adult services that we have in the city. Congratulations to Esparza and Maxwell. I agree with the statements of the Tower folks and for those seeking tenant protections and the homeless people speaking on homeless issues. I want to address 1D and 1F. I know it's the introduction. I want you to consider how this might do more unforeseen harm than help, specifically with 1D, with those who assist the homeless. I understand this ordinance does not mean that someone will be barred from helping an unhoused person during abatement and that certain groups would be allowed, but the people who have the ability to apply this ordinance should not determine if a person is needed by the unhoused person that they're serving and what needs of the unhoused person are, or bar them from being able to help them, and it might be implied in unintended ways to others. I've seen experience how advocates and assisting volunteers have helped in these efforts. Often the unhoused need help, additional help. There are those who suffer from anxiety or other issues that do not function well in such situations and even shut down and need someone they can trust that knows how to speak for them, and they may already have a relationship with, to help calm them and facilitate communication and ensure that their needs are met. There are those who are unable to communicate the way that they need to people in authority. Advocates like Des also know other resources that they can pull in and have the time can give their time and additional resources. Yesterday, we all worked together with officers, staff, and outreach and even help people move together. This go-between is crucial and benefits everyone. And yes, advocates also ensure the rights and dignity of people are protected, like Cindy and Des had mentioned today. There are so much that can be said and so many stories I can tell you about how grateful people are for this help. And I saw very real ways in which their health is preserved. Regarding the FF, I'm concerned about the ramifications. We're in a housing crisis. People have nowhere to go, and punishing property owners, extending mercy is not a way to solve this. This is an open door that can cause more harm. I understand that there might be situations of unscrupulous people renting unacceptable spaces. Please focus on those who are taking advantage of people in unlawful rentals. Also, I want to thank you for the warming center at T. Willis. People have been appreciating it. I communicated with staff and asked you also to work on making sure that people know about this with flyers and reaching out to people and providing this, but that is a huge resource I hope will continue. And I want to emphasize as you go to the homeless investment and funding to work on ways to be able to include those who are unhoused and bring them to the table to make decisions and give input so that these needs are made in an effective way. And I want to also add as a thank you, I noticed that the council meeting live feed social media posts now include the Zoom and agenda links, and I really appreciate that so that people who want to join in can have better access. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay, that's going to conclude our unscheduled communication as well as public comment on the consent agenda. Coming back up here to the dais, can I get a motion for approval on the consent agenda?
So moved.
I'll go ahead and second that. I don't think we have anybody on Zoom, but we do have a quorum up here. Any opposition to the balance of approving the balance of the consent agenda? Okay. The balance of the consent agenda passes. Let's go ahead and move on to a couple of 10 a.m.s before we move on to contested consent. So we're going to move on to 10 a.m. number 3, which is a hearing to consider the vacation of East Townsend Avenue. This is in District 5. I'll either go to staff or Councilmember Chavez.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's go out to the public. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on this particular item, either on Zoom or here in the chamber? This is the 10 a.m. number 3, hearing to consider the vacation of East Townsend Avenue. I have Erica Cruz on Zoom.
Hi there. It looks like I made it right when you said you concluded public comment. Is it okay to talk about a couple things?
We did conclude unscheduled communication and public comment on the contested consent agenda already. We're on 10 a.m. Number 3, hearing to consider the vacation of East Townsend Avenue.
Okay, I just wanted to oppose 1D and 1FF, as they seem like they're pretty obvious attempts to harass advocates and promote. Hold on, I'm almost done. Just continue to push for housing and to redefine a safe exit as actually to be safe. And I just want to also encourage some more oversight to the staff at the shelters. And if we also could please try to keep the warming centers open for at least a few more weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments on 10 a.m. item number 3 on the vacation? Okay, seeing none, I'll come back up to the dais. Any comments from my colleagues? All right.
Motion in a second.
We have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 7-0. Moving on to 10 a.m. item number 4, actions pertaining to the amendments to the master fee schedule to add, adjust, or delete various fees. I'll go ahead and hand this one off to staff.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. First of all, can you hear me clearly? Okay. My name's Henry Fierro, Budget Manager. The item before you is the annual revision to the city's master fee schedule. There are 3 departments that have submitted fee revisions within this item. That includes the Department of Public Works, Planning and Development Department, as well as the Department of Public Utilities. There are a number of fee adjustments that includes text changes as well as updates to existing fees. In addition, there is a new fee proposed and a deleted fee as well. Along with the submitted staff report, resolutions, and red line exhibits, a summary of revisions by department was also included in the submitted package. It should be noted that the Planning and Development fee revisions required a notice public hearing pursuant to the Mitigation Fee Act. And in conjunction to the required noticing, the Planning and Development fee revisions, staff met with the Building Industry Association on the proposed revisions. If this item is approved, Public Works and Public Utilities fee revisions will become effective July 1st, while Planning and Development revisions would become effective 60 days from the date of final passage or July 1st. And lastly, the approval of this item by council will enable the revisions to be incorporated into the planning of the fiscal year 2023 budget. This concludes my overview. I believe department directors and/or staff support are available to answer any of your questions that you may have.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
I'll second. Okay. Any comments from my colleagues or questions?
I have questions.
Yes. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. You know, recently, an elderly constituent of mine called our office about a fee that she had received from the fire department for installation of a fire detector in her home. And the fire chief was kind enough to resolve the issue. As an individual, didn't know that there was a fee attached to the reinstallation of a free fire detector. I don't see this in the fee schedule. Where's that program based out of, and is that a city-established program? Because you know, $165 to install a fire detector is significant for somebody on a fixed income. Is there any way I can speak to that?
Council member, I'd have to go back and research that.
Okay.
Meet with the fire department.
Yeah, if you can just get us a written update on when the program was established, how we determined that fee, when, you know, since when did we start charging for those kind of services? Because I know this council has made a significant investment in the fire department.
Sure.
And we've raised fees for inspections of businesses and things of that nature, but I've never heard of a fee for residents who get a fire detector installed. So with that, that's my only question about this item. Thank you, Controller.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other of my colleagues wish to ask questions? All right, at this point, we'll go out to the public. Anybody from the public wish to comment on item 10 a.m. number 4? Right, seeing none. Oh, we have one panelist on Zoom. Chief Donis.
Good morning, council member. I just wanted to address Councilmember Arias's question. That fee was for false alarms. It was inappropriately coded as a false alarm, and it should have. We do not charge for smoke alarm installations. So that's the correction. false alarms would be for commercial businesses that, let's say they're having their system worked on and they didn't call in ahead of time, and we have multiple false alarms. We usually give the first one is free. And
Great. Thank you, Fire Chief, for that clarification. I don't need any additional follow-up, Controller. Thank you.
Okay. Public comment is closed. I don't see any other questions or punch-ups on my screen here. So any opposition? All right, item passes 6-0. One member absent. Okay, so we've done the balance of consent. We've went through the 10 a.m. items. Let's go ahead and move on to contested consent. We'll break into that, maybe get an item or two done here. We'll go to item 1D. This was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Who do we have answering questions about 1D? Is that our city attorney himself? Yes. Okay. City attorney, the reason I pulled this is because I had some serious concerns about this, which mostly stem from what I perceive as some ambiguity in the language. When I'm reading through this, I see language that says could result in a misdemeanor, could result in a $250 citation, PD could arrest if necessary. And so I want to know who would be responding to a violation of this perceived change in the ordinance. Who has the discretion to determine, is this going to be a $250 administrative citation? Is someone going to get arrested? What is that discretion based off of? Or is it just open discretion to whoever responds? Because my concern is, if I go out or I send my staff out to, deliver water to, an encampment on Barstow before they get, displaced, or we want to provide them with bus tokens beforehand. I understand, I think your logic behind this, but I have serious concerns. If, I send somebody there or I go myself, am I going to be arrested for trying to provide some bus tokens before folks, get displaced from a certain location? That's my concern.
Right. Well, first of all, the municipal code already says that it is illegal to interfere with an abatement process. That could include something to do with a homeless encampment, or could include something where we're cleaning up somebody's backyard of debris or illegal dumping. So it already says it's illegal to interfere. We believe that it would be better to provide some more definition to that we could at least rope off an area and say that unauthorized people are not allowed in that area. And to address some of the earlier concerns is that no, there would be no intent to prevent homeless advisors or advocates from coming in and assisting people at the early stage when we're still removing people, if necessary, from an area. But once the cleanup part starts, we have heavy equipment out there. We have bobcats and skid steers and trucks that are backing up and moving around, and it would be dangerous to have people there that shouldn't be there. So the idea is to at least be able to restrict the area at that point. When it comes to enforcement, there are actually dozens of sections in the municipal code that allow discretion in how to prosecute or enforce. And typically it delegates authority to the city attorney to choose whether to treat it as an administrative citation if it's a lesser type of offense, or potentially a misdemeanor if it's intentional, flagrant, and you're unable to get cooperation. So yes, that discretion is there. That would lie with the city attorney's office, and of course I'm answerable to you all if we would be abusing that discretion.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear on the safety concerns for your own employees, as well as, the folks who might be habiting, certain property. I still have a little bit of heartburn, I guess, with, somebody potentially getting an arrest record for going out there with, intentions of distributing bus tokens. Would you be amenable, city attorney, to tabling this for now so we could take a second look at it and, possibly work through some of the concerns that we've heard from the public today, and hopefully we could reach something between the two of us between now and the 27th?
Sure. That's entirely up to the council.
Well, then I would go ahead and like to make a motion to table this for the time being.
I'll second the motion. I would just ask that it be in the conversation since I have quite a bit of experience seeing how, big dump trucks come in and try to clean up folks while keeping employees and our residents safe at the same time.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this item.
Councilmember Esparza.
Oh, yeah, here we go. the punch up.
Yeah, I'm supportive of continuing this, but I do want to flag a couple of things for my colleague, and I understand your concerns, Vice President Maxwell, with just the perception of that, because I wrestle with that as well. But we also want to make sure that, whenever our folks get there, that they're allowed to do their work. And at the end of the day, the goal is to get these folks to obviously housing and services. We know that the vast majority of the folks oftentimes turn down services, but for those that want it, we want to be able to serve them. And I want to make sure that our staff has the capacity and that space, safe space, to do that, to prevent any issues that might arise. And I just want to, make sure that we go through the process and vet that. But I hear your concerns. I just want to make sure that it's done right. City Attorney, I think we briefly chatted about this, just making sure that, we have those conditions and that your staff understands their parameters, and then also the folks that are there wanting to help, because I truly believe that those folks that show up and take time out of their day want to help, but oftentimes they get a little bit passionate about what's going on, and they let their emotions get the best of them. We want to make sure that we don't allow for those situations to be there. So City Attorney, just to make sure that we understand, when our folks get there, they'll secure the area. I believe it's like a tape off or something that they do, and then do what they need to do, and then they will allow the individuals to come in and provide additional support or services that they may want, correct?
Well, I would expect that at the initial stage, if the encampment is still occupied, that it would not be taped off at that point, that people will be allowed in to meet with people, to offer services, to allow them to move on. But at the point when we start actually cleaning up with heavy equipment and so forth, it would need to be roped off.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
I hear you loud and clear, council member, and I agree with everything you just said. I do want that extra time to ensure, somebody with good intentions that wants to go out there and give a bus token doesn't end up with an arrest record. That's
makes sense.
And I think having a conversation with maybe you and the attorney could figure something out.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other folks punched up. We did public comment on this item earlier. Do we need to take a vote, City Attorney, to continue the item, or just consensus?
You can do it by consensus.
Okay. All right, we'll go forward that item to a separate meeting at a future time. The next item on consent is 1I, authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Department of Water Resources, and this was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. I think I got the clarification on why we only limited this item to 3 wells that are being replaced. So thank you for that email update while we're on the dais. My only other comment on this is I noticed that the deadline for this grant is tomorrow, so it's pretty tight. Just a caution to your staff, if COVID spreads and we cancel a meeting, we lose out on this pretty big grant. So just be more cognizant of timing, because I know you guys are all working overtime and trying to get things done quickly, but 1 day is pretty close to cut it to the deadline. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other call? I don't see anybody punched up. Is there any opposition?
Your mic's not on.
Seeing none, item 1I passes 7-0. Moving on to item 1J, award a construction contract to Clean Cut Landscape of Clovis, California, also pulled by Councilmember Arias.
I just have one request. I know staff gave me a list of why it is that, or the explanation on why we selected the specific route to have all the bus stops replaced and improved. But my request to city staff is to get a memo on all the stops, the conditions of each of the stops across the city, which ones have been renovated, what year they were renovated, which ones have not been renovated. I know this grant particularly is dedicated to this route, but FACTS also received nearly $30 million in ARPA funds, so we might be able to utilize some of that money to upgrade the rest of the bus stops across the city. So I would just request a memo with the status and conditions of all the stops across the city, so that we can have it prior to making decisions on the ARPA funds and the budget.
Package it for you.
Perfect. Does it show the stop and what year it was renovated and which one is? Okay, perfect. If you can just recirculate to me personally, that way I can read it, that'll be sufficient. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I don't see any colleagues punched up. Oh, Councilmember Soria?
I just had one comment because I noticed that obviously this award is prior to the January 26th, and I know that this council supported the PLA. And I just want to make sure that, and I guess to hear from the city manager in terms of the bidding process and the bids that will be out, because after this council meeting, any project above $1 million will be subject to the PLA. So is that pretty clear with the bids that are out?
I'm going to ask Director Mosier to kind of give us a status update on the documentation and how we're scheduling that.
All right, good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. Council back in September approved a wraparound citywide PLA, and that had a 120-day time frame on that. So currently the understanding, working with our city attorney's office, is that projects advertised after that date will incorporate, for over $1 million, will incorporate the PLA. So projects currently out to bid do not yet include that, but after that date, they will. Staff in our department has been working with purchasing and city attorney's office on those specifications. There are also a couple of forms that will be included just because of the reporting. And as discussed, we did plan to meet with the construction industry to just go over those forms about how that data comes in to make sure that we're doing it in a smart manner, not overly burdensome, but still gets us the information that's needed per the PLA.
Okay. And so I'm trying to understand, city attorney, in terms of the timeline for the PLA, because what I'm hearing is that anything advertised after the 26th, but
No, it's projects that are awarded after 126 will be subject to the PLA.
So then we're not even clear here, because he's saying that if it's being advertised right now, it's not subject to the PLA.
No, if the council will be awarding the contract after the 26th, it will be subject to the PLA.
So I just want everyone to be clear because we're getting kind of some conflicting information. So city manager, our city attorney is saying that anything that this council approves that is obviously qualifies under the PLA criteria would fall under that for the next council meeting.
Correct. That's what Scott is.
Scott said that whatever is being advertised beginning the 26th. So I think we need to get on the same page.
Yeah, because what we need to do is make sure that the construction industry is aware when you get these bids, when you get these bid documents, these are the rules you have to apply. And so the rules, when those were supposed to be ready to put out on the street, was 4 months, 120 days after.
Right, and Council, what I might add is it's essentially, in this case, even though we had a little bit different understanding at this point, that's really somewhat of a moot point because we don't have anything advertised right now that's over $1 million and by funding source would fall under the PLA. So in essence, even if we did, that would be, obviously, that would be a problem if that were the case. However, we do not.
Okay, well, that's good, but I think that it's troublesome to hear two conflicting statements. One, our city attorney saying anything that this council approves after the 26th is subject to the PLA, but you're saying that anything that's advertised. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear today that if this council approves anything after the 26th, it's going to be subject to the PLA if it meets the requirements that were set forth in that citywide PLA. And that folks, that the bidders are actually, so that the contractors or whoever's going to be bidding, that they're aware that this is forthcoming, because it was clear to me that we had the 120 days to kind of work out those kinks and make sure that folks were notified that, you know, whatever projects was identified that qualified under the citywide PLA would be clearly stated.
Councilwoman, if I may, city staff and city attorney, can we get a memo that clearly explains the position of the city and how we've communicated to the potential bidders of these projects? As a member of that, negotiating team, I want to make sure that we are clear, we're clear with the labor partners, we're clear with contracting partners about how we're interpreting the start date.
Yes, we can do that.
Those were all my questions, and I'm actually glad that I asked them so that we can all get on the same page. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments or questions from my colleagues? All right. Do we have a motion on the table yet? We have a motion and a second on the table. Any opposition? Seeing none, this item passes 7-0. We're going to adjourn for lunch. When we come back, we do have 8 contested consent items remaining, as well as several workshops, as well as closed session. We'll be back here at 1:30. If my colleagues can hear me, we're beginning. Please come on out, but we do have a quorum. We'll go ahead and proceed. The last item we did was 1J. We're going to continue on with contested consents to item 1K.
Council President, may I be recognized?
Yes, Councilmember Arias.
Just wanted to take a brief moment to congratulate our former colleague, Blanc Zhang, who just got appointed by President Biden as the director of the Farm Service Administration for the state of California. So in that role, he will have the responsibility of distributing hundreds of millions of dollars to small farmers in our region, and it's the first time that a Fresno resident is appointed by the president to such a significant role. So congratulations to the member and to the former member. And city manager, I hope you reach out to him and shake down the money tree to bring some for our small farmers here too. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Yes, congratulations to former Councilmember Blanc Zhang from City Hall to a presidential appointment. It's a big deal. All right, so we are moving on to item 1K. Councilmember Maxwell and Councilmember Arias, I believe, Councilmember Maxwell pulled this one.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I just wanted some clarification on this before we vote on it. Who do we have answering questions on this? I see economic development. Are they on Zoom? Who do we have? We have Lupe.
Lupe, are you on Zoom? I think I see her up
Hello,
there.
Lupe. Councilmember Maxwell here. I know we put this on the agenda because we're veering a little bit from what we typically do. Just remind me again real quick how this process is going to differ from what we typically do here on the council when it comes to the putting out for bid. Are we having some audio issues, Claire?
Loopy, we can't hear you. I see that your audio is on, but we cannot hear you. Okay, I think she might be coming in. Looks like she might be coming.
Okay, we'll give her a minute to get her audio up and running. Oh, she's coming into the chambers. Okay, thank you, clerk. Council President, do you want to move on to the next item until we get the economic development team here?
Yeah, if we're waiting for staff, we'll move on to item 1L. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. We'll circle back to 1K very soon.
Mike Lima is on via Zoom.
Council President, my questions have been answered by staff prior to the meeting starting, so thank you for that. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, I'll second that. Any council member need to speak on 1L? Okay, seeing nobody punched up. Any opposition? Item passes 7-0. Let's move on to item 1. Okay, Lupe, welcome. All right, we're back to item 1K.
Lupe, were you able to hear my question all right over the Zoom audio? Okay. I don't think your microphone is on, Lupe.
Hello?
There we go, thank you.
Okay. So we're just asking to vary for the FMC code to, sorry, give me a breath, to go ahead and just not have a selection committee and just have the city manager and staff review the proposals.
In lieu of a selection committee? Will the council still be able to see the folks who bid for that piece of property, Lupe? Similar to, I see some other contracts on here, I was able to.
We could list everybody's proposals.
So that will be made available to council?
Right.
All the proposals that come through?
We can, yes.
Okay, if we can make that a contingency, I'd be in favor of going forward.
Okay.
Great.
Council, what I would suggest is, since this is a resolution, make a motion to approve it, adding language that all the proposals will be provided to council.
City Attorney, I'm sorry, just to clarify, wouldn't that already be the procedure since it has to come back to council and council has to actually approve whatever proposals we get? Is it redundant to do this?
Well, if the council is directing that they receive all proposals, then it would be a good idea to just expressly say it.
Sure. I mean, it would be terrible if we weren't transparent, and I expect the administration is transparent, but if you want the redundancy, go ahead.
Sure, Lupe, I'll go ahead and I'll just voice that a little bit more clearly. I'll go ahead and approve the motion with the added caveat that the council will receive the information for all the bidders for that project.
Okay.
That's my motion.
I'll second that motion, but I just want to be clear. I'm not necessarily worried about us all receiving the information, but the public too. So I want to make sure that the public knows what proposals the city received, what they're proposing for the project, what amount they're proposing to pay for the property. So
So that would be, we could list
correct.
that information.
So I just want to make sure, like, as a normal backup material like we have now when we
Yes.
award a tree trimming contract, right?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi, I see you're punched up. Was that from earlier?
We're done, thank you.
Okay. Any other colleagues have?
Sorry, Council President, this is the city clerk.
Oh, there you are.
For the audio wasn't quite recording on the previous item. Could you announce again, or I can announce that the vote was, Arias made the motion, Esparza made the second, and it was 6-0 with Councilmember Soria absent. That was for 1L.
That was for item 1L.
Yes.
Now, at the present time, we are on 1K. We have no more council members punched up. We went to public comment earlier in the day on the consent agenda. Any opposition to the amended 1K? All right, see no opposition. Item 1K passes 7-0. All right.
6-0.
Oh,
Soria absent.
Yeah, okay, 6-0. Is she on, she's not on Zoom, is she? Okay, making sure. All right. Item.
Mr. President, can I add one thing?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I've heard a rumor regarding this last item, and I want to make it very clear for the public. This is a piece of property that happens to be located in District 2. It's public property, meaning it belongs to the taxpayers of this city. Any action we take will be disclosed to the public. I've only met with one, and I believe there's 3 people interested. The one person I met with is a resident in District 2, has a terrific idea for a medical use, but I can't, it's important for all of us to make sure we make the most responsible fiduciary financial decision for this city. And we will look at every offer, and it'll be brought to the public in full transparency. And we won't be playing favorites. We'll be doing what's best for, I hope, the neighborhood. And hopefully we'll do what my former colleague used to always say, and we'll stay in our lanes. But we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Moving on to item 1Q. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
My questions have been addressed by staff. Jennifer, I just want to confirm one thing. You don't need any additional clarifications as part of the approval? Any different? I know we're doing it for the CDBG item 1R, but for 1Q, are we good? I know CDBG gets a little tricky with us.
Yeah, yes, sir, we're fine on 1Q.
Okay, with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Council Vice President Maxwell. I don't see anybody punched up. Any comments from my colleagues? All right, any opposition? All right, item passes 6-0. I'll move on to consent item number 1R, also pulled by Council Members Soria and Maxwell.
Thank you. Council President, on this item, last time that the council discussed this, we made an amendment to the agenda item, and city staff has advised me that we just need to reaffirm that amendment for the record. So I'll make a motion to approve with an amendment that cancels the CDBG-funded California Tubman Pocket Park project and reprograms the $225,655 in CDBG funds to the acquisition of the senior center that the city of Fresno is pursuing.
Council member, I'll second that, but contingent upon another amendment I need to make to this item after discussion with Brian Russell and Director Clark and other folks of planning, and that's going to be to make a motion to use the $298,000 proposed for the neighborhood street and sidewalk improvements, Maple, Gettysburg, Woodrow paving projects, to instead fund neighborhood street and sidewalk improvements, Maple to Gettysburg to Holland, $168,000, neighborhood street and sidewalk improvements, Shields to Millbrook, Dakota to Cedar for $130,000.
I'm agreeable to that friendly amendment, and just to clarify, as I understand it, you're essentially keeping the money in the district, but looking at a different specific infrastructure that's eligible under CDBG within that area.
Correct. We worked with both Public Works and our planning department, CDBG folks, to identify a good, suitable candidate for those funds. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second and some amendments. Are there any questions from my colleagues? No one punched up. All right. Any opposition? Okay. Motion passes 6-0.
Director Clark, Jennifer, thank you for all the additional work.
Moving on to item 1V, actions pertaining to the Fire Regional Training Center project. Councilmember Arias, in your district.
Thank you, Council President. As you know, the city has been pursuing a fire regional training facility for years. We had discussed initially to set aside some American Rescue funds for the construction of that facility. The California governor and Senate and legislature provided us a $25 million earmark for that project. And my only question to the fire chief is, my initial understanding was the $25 million would fully fund the facility, but my understanding now is that the $25 million is essentially a down payment on that facility. Does city staff or the fire chief have an update on what is the total cost of the regional fire facility?
Yeah, the total cost is $25 million, and we're currently working through the scoping and development phase to figure out what are the elements that we'll prioritize for the $25 million.
So there's no, that builds out the full facility?
Yeah, well, it depends on what full facility means, because it's really about all of the other, so like we'd want to do an airport feature there. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. So we'll come back to you with what the $25 million can purchase, and then once we provide that, if there are other elements that we want to figure out how to fund with other sources, we can give you that.
And City Manager, I'm not necessarily worried about what the $25 million fund. What I'm trying to ascertain is if the full construction or build out or whatever, facility the fire department, police, and city want, if the full cost is going to be $40 million, I'd rather know now before we start allocating American Rescue funds to other places or the general fund. So,
and I have a similar concern. So before I say let's spend 40 and then it winds up being 60, let's start at 25 and see what we get for 25, and then we can come back to you guys and talk about, hey, there are some additional elements here that really would bring value, but let's focus on the 25 and what we can deliver with that, because we do got utilities, we got the roads there. None of the stuff that really is related to the training facility. There are other facilities that we're got to kind of figure out how we fund those.
So at this point, do you feel confident that the $25 million is sufficient for this fiscal year or for this upcoming budget year?
We won't get into the 25 million until the design will probably take us to the end of the year. Scott, what do you think? To the end of the year, and so by the end of this time next year, we can come to you with, hey, here's what the 25 million gets us, and then we can look at other options.
Okay. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see anybody punched up. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Next, we have consent item 1Y. Councilmember Butterfield.
Yes, I just had a question for staff. Why is there a shortfall with this particular developed land and you want to do a CFD for it? I mean, it seems unusual.
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Moser, Public Works. With this one, we were able to secure funding from 2 developments going forward that provided initial deposits. And a different alternative than what's presented to the council would have been, let's allocate general fund dollars to fully fund the study. Instead of that, what we're recommending is that we utilize funding from the 2 developer deposits, and then in anticipation, as this is something we're going to need to do to address shortfalls from other subdivisions in these annexed areas, that those dollars would come in and then fully fund it.
So the thing I'm wondering, Scott, there's always been the debate, does development pay for itself? Is this a situation where it's not? And is it similar to other kinds of developments? And is this something where we're going to have to do this in the future?
Council, yes, we believe we would need to do this in the future unless there were a different city-county tax sharing agreement that yielded a larger fair share for the city. But otherwise, the analysis has shown and was discussed with council during one of the annexations that there is a shortfall for public safety from the revenue from new annexations.
And so how long has there been this shortfall?
That I cannot speak to.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the existing tax agreement we have in place goes back to the early 2000s, and we've been having these discussions since the early 2000s, and I think the council previous let it lapse last year, so now we're doing these one-off agreements that we have to do for developments to backfill costs for public safety.
But are you saying, though, that the tax sharing agreement we've had in place for years has still led to a shortfall with new development?
Correct.
And now we're making it up with this community facilities district?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at. Thank you. Okay, that's what it is, that's what it is. I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? I think it's a very valid question you asked. I think, right now we're in the conversation about housing, all types of housing, multifamily, single family. And, as we continue to expand, those questions are going to come up, I think. And so it's good that we're having this conversation. I'm sure it won't be the last of it. City manager, okay? Falling out? You all right? Yeah. Okay, just making sure. All right. Any opposition? All right. Motion passes 6-0. Couple more consent items. Item 1AA. This was pulled by, who was this pulled by? Council members Arias and Council Vice President Maxwell.
Hey,
1AA.
I just have one basic question. I know that this is a pretty big contract for us, and we've been waiting for a while since we, I think, doubled or tripled the tree trimming budget for the city in this last budget that we adopted. But I haven't seen yet the trimming schedule. Typically, your guys' office works with council offices to select what neighborhoods are tree trimmed based on the condition of the trees. When is that going to occur?
Well, good afternoon, Council. Brian Russell from Public Works. We are continually developing that program. Part of the challenge is selecting areas that Council hasn't already selected with the 100,000 available. So some of the areas that Council has identified with some of our top priorities as well. So we're reshuffling that. We should have that ready to go within the next couple of weeks, and then we can definitely share it with you.
All right, perfect, because I just want to be very intentional that somehow, Beautify Fresno family up there doesn't get to decide what trees get trimmed when our council officers are the ones receiving all the complaints about certain trees and age and, condition and which ones are dying. So if you can just, make that a priority to share the proposed areas and then allow council officers to weigh in on whether those are the highest priorities for the council districts, because we know our neighborhoods pretty well. And I already have a list of phone calls of folks that got to return their phone calls and tell them, we're not there yet. We don't know what the tree schedule is going to be. We don't know what neighborhoods yet, but give us some time. And when they see a big contract being awarded, they're going to think that we're going to start trimming trees tomorrow. So, and my last question is, in the tree trimming contract, is that going to include replacement of trees that are removed based on disease or age?
This contract includes a whole host of tree services that we can fund and we can ask that the contractor perform, and tree planting is one of them. I think we need to, as a city, probably start with getting our backlog addressed. I mean, we've got a lot of dead trees, a lot of stumps that need to be taken out, but I also think that going forward, we do need to consider a tree replanting component to that for sure.
So just from my perspective personally, from Tree Fresno, the trees are $5, $10. We're already there. We have crews there removing the stumps. I'm going to expect that trees be replaced that are removed, immediately as those crews are going through those neighborhoods. Because if they repeat what we did in the last couple of years, where they asked council officers to pay for the tree replacement that was removed by the tree company a month ago, that just creates more work for everyone. Your crews are out there. Trees are not that expensive. The tree trimming company knows exactly what variation, to a species to select based on the area and whatnot. So I'm going to look for tree replacement to be part of this contract, especially since staff is recommending a contractor that's above the lowest bidder in this case.
Yeah, one recommendation we would have to that is that we allow the property owner to indicate whether or not they want a tree, and we'll care for it, because the worst thing that can happen is we plant the tree and they refuse to water it, and in some cases just flat don't want it there, or maybe remove it once we're gone. In the past, that's how we've gone about it, is
the challenge with that rationale, Brian, is that a lot of our residents are renters, and they're not the property owners living on the property. Yeah. So, the property owners are out of town. They're not going to speak to, planting the tree and having the renter water it. These trees are in their city right-of-way. People need permits to remove trees. The city should be replacing those that are diseased and damaged. So, when the majority of your city is renters and the property owner doesn't live in the house in which you're removing the tree from, it's very hard to make that a condition of replacing a tree. So I have yet to run into a neighbor who doesn't want a tree replaced. So, just feedback from my experience.
Absolutely, thank you.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Excited to get started on trimming more trees. We did some excellent work in the Cedar and Gettysburg neighborhood in District 4 last year. There's a lot more trees we want to trim. I think this council made it clear that this is a priority. I think we allocated unprecedented levels of money to tree trimming to get us on a 10-year cycle as opposed to a 20-year cycle. I will tell you with this, my contention was the price tag. I see here the award is for $3.8 million. What did the number one person come in at?
The low bid came in at 2.69, so right at 2.7. But I would point out that this is a requirements contract that is an RFQ, and so it's based on best value. And so the selection was made by a committee of tree and forestry experts who definitely took the bid price into consideration, but
what are they weighing that against for the value portion? Because that's over $1 million, so they must be weighing it against something pretty significant. What is that?
There's a lot of some concerns in our environment that we're asking these contractors to work in. One of the things is before I start with that, let me point out that we list a host of services that we think that the contractor may be asked to do. So there's a lot of different tasks in here, including tree removal, full tree trims, clearance trims, tree planting, stump removal, a lot of different things. But a lot of the work that we do is a standard tree trim. And our expectations that our trees are trimmed according to the International Society of Arboriculture standards. And one of the proposals for the low bid contractor was to actually climb these trees and trim them with climbers. And quite frankly, we had concern about...
As opposed to machinery?
Yeah, as opposed to bucket trucks. So we had concern on a few different things about that. One, the ability to handle the quantity of work that we're going to be giving to these people. Second of all, we had concern about the price point on some of this stuff. Some of the prices we felt were below what it costs to provide that tree service, and so we're wondering how are they going to get that tree trimmed for that low price. Another thing about this contract is some of the unit price items were actually bid at $0. I don't know if you saw that in the canvas of bids, but if we task this contractor with providing those services for $0, are they, the question comes, are they intended to do that for free? So we just really felt that it wasn't an appropriate bid for our environment and our city with our expectations. Lastly, the low bid contractor had very few municipal references. Most of it was like forestry work.
Where are they based out of?
Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa.
Mm-hmm. And that was another element that they were going to have to mobilize to Fresno. They indicated that they would ramp up here and hire local employees, but quite frankly, the number two bidder is here currently, has 27 current employees, and can start work as soon as we sign the contract.
Well, you haven't led me astray so far, Brian, so go ahead and make a motion to approve, but did want to ask about that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'll second, but I want trees replaced and a tree trimming schedule for council offices.
You bet. We'll be, I'll work with the director and the city manager, and we'll work that out.
We will look forward to that. Thank you. I don't see anybody punched up. We have a motion by Council Vice President and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. We are last contested consent item. We are going on to item 1EE. I believe that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I just have some basic questions from the sponsor and legal counsel. I just want to confirm I understand the item correctly. This item, if approved, would allow commercial landlords to proceed with evictions because the moratorium would be listed, which in the world of commercial landlords means small business operators. Is that correct? Legal counsel, am I reading that?
Can I address the question?
Yes, absolutely. You have the floor.
Okay. So just to clarify, and I say this as someone who is a commercial tenant as well. In September 2020, our council approved what was the Business is Essential to Local Economies Act. Part of that included an emergency order. This was back in September of 2020 to make sure that small businesses and commercial businesses were protected because we didn't know what was going on. We were shutting businesses down, and we wanted to make sure that they, without any aid, were going to be completely closed. So now it's January 2022, and what I'm asking is the council to rescind an order that was only meant to be an emergency order. Just to clarify, today, our unemployment rate in the state and at the federal level is down 4% of what it was back in September of 2020, and that's significant. We're on the right path. We not only had a very different environment back when this order was first initiated, but really, this act by this council really accomplished what it was meant to accomplish. We prevented businesses from shuttering because landlords demanded payment. We also gave them a guarantee that once the emergency order is lifted, they will have 6 months interest-free to pay back due rent and get current. That is still going to be in effect if we choose as a council to rescind that temporary emergency order. That's not being taken away, and again, it is interest-free. I also want to note to my colleague that small businesses since then have received record numbers of aid from the federal government, from the state government, and also from the city of Fresno and the council, which was terrific. This is very specific. It only affects commercial tenants. It does not touch residential. I'm pleased to have a letter that was submitted by the Fresno Association of Realtors and the Chamber of Commerce in support of rescinding just this portion of the order. It doesn't look like, even though we are facing Omicron surge, COVID's not going anywhere. And we are going to be from a pandemic into an endemic phase at some point, and we're going to have to learn to live with that. And it doesn't look like there's any foreseeable shutdown in the future. Therefore, it really is, at this point, a bit of a redundant protection to provide because businesses do have money, unemployment is down, and we've asked our commercial property owners to step up, and they have, and now it's time we allow them to kind of level that playing field now, get back to normal. So I hope that answers your questions.
Councilmember, I do have one other question, if I may, Council President. I know at the COVID committee, we last discussed all these emergency orders, which ones the council adopted, which ones the mayor has administratively done through the city manager, and so forth and so on. And I recall the conversation being that instead of piecemealing what orders remain and which ones get lifted, that we should wait until the spike of the current infection rate is over and then bring back all the emergency orders and maybe we lift them. And the question for legal counsel is I recall it is a case that the mayor, through the city manager, must request for the emergency order to be lifted in order for this council to consider lifting all the emergency orders in place. Is that correct?
Council, for the emergency proclamation to be lifted, the ordinance says that the mayor would have to request the council to lift it. And the emergency proclamation is what gives authority to the city manager to issue emergency orders. Then separately, we have emergency ordinances, which we're talking about here, that are up to the council as to when to appeal.
Perfect. And at this time, administration
I just want to
is...
clarify, if you like a response. I already worked with 2 other council members on this, so I can't violate the Brown Act. But we did discuss this issue in general at the last COVID committee meeting on Monday, and I was the only council member there, so that may be why there was a miscommunication.
No, and thank you for that. Administration, is the mayor in a position to recommend lifting the emergency order at this time?
The administration through the mayor is currently evaluating through the COVID committee discussions, just what's that timing look like? What are the ordinances we want to talk about? What are the orders we want to talk about? So we're definitely, we were wanting to have that discussion prior to the Omicron coming through. Then Omicron came through. So we're thinking it's about a February, once we get into February, we want to come to you guys with some recommendations on how we'd want to make some adjustments.
Okay, thank you. From my perspective, I don't think we should be piecemealing what orders remain and which ones get lifted. I think the mayor, as the executive, has the responsibility to recommend when all the orders get lifted, and then let this body debate them on whether we're ready to lift them. It looks like the mayor is not prepared to make that recommendation at this point. So I would ask that we not piecemeal orders, either initiated by the council or by the administration, and that we actually agendize this for whatever day, whether it's January 27th or February, so staff can present all the orders that have been in place administratively and by council, and that we have a debate on whether or not the emergency, which I would agree, COVID is going to be the new normal. We have to work through that, but I'd like to have that discussion, complete and not just allow one part of the city's community, in this case, small businesses, to, engage in the eviction process when we're still having the same moratorium for residential folks and when we're still doing some emergency orders administratively. So I would
Mr.
just
City
ask that.
Manager, before you comment, and I'm glad the mayor's here. Thank you. I didn't ask the mayor to be here for this. I'm glad you're here, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, I think this was piecemealed when, and I appreciate you joining and supporting the Businesses Essential to Local Economies Act, where this council took action to issue this emergency order in the interest of protecting small business. And we did know that there was going to be a cost to the property owners. Many of them are local here in this community as well, and they've had almost 2 years of having to deal with this when businesses have all kinds of help from the SBA, from the city of Fresno with our Save Our Small Businesses Act. And, these orders are meant to be temporary. They're not meant to be permanent. This is not about having an overall discussion. This is strictly on the commercial side. When you have the economy improving, inflation's a problem, that's a whole different argument. But if you feel more comfortable doing it all at once, I respect that. That's certainly your prerogative. But, I think the letter from the chamber is pretty clear, and we've asked enough from our property owners. It's time to make sure to give them some relief, too.
And council member, I appreciate the chamber's letter, but you know who I don't see? The Fresno Area Hispanic Chamber, the Black Chamber, the Asian Chamber. A lot of our small businesses are minority owned, and I am yet to
Mine's
hear
one
feedback.
of them, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I personally have not heard from any commercial property owner requesting that we help expedite the eviction of a small business. And I cover a pretty big section of commercial property in the city, and I'm yet to hear from one property owner who's telling me folks are not paying and we need to get them out sooner. So
That's where we
just rather
differ.
not piecemeal.
Yeah, that's where we differ. I've had plenty of calls about that. And, I just think of it for when you're a tenant and you pay into a triple net or a common area maintenance, you pay into a fund, and then you have someone that is making money because their business is improving. They're not paying into that fund, and it also hurts those small businesses that are paying their rent. So again, it's about balance. I think we just have a difference of opinion here, but it's time for the mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Council. I also received that letter from the chamber regarding the commercial moratorium. We have had internal discussions, as the city manager said, about what the right timing would be for us to bring forth a resolution that would eliminate the emergency ordinance for the council to make that final decision. The truth is, we were prepared to do that at the beginning of January. And unfortunately, Omicron came in to play. And the last thing we want to do in the midst of another surge was to do something that would be detrimental to us and have to go through the entire process with the emergency resolution again. We had a discussion during the COVID committee. Our city attorney has also provided us with what the impacts would be if we came in with that resolution. And so we are prepared to do that, we believe, based on all the information we'd received. Somewhere around mid-February, third week of February, we're going to see that the variant start to dissipate. And so we're going to be prepared to bring it in to you at that time, and more than likely in its entirety. And then if we want to keep pieces of that particular emergency ordinance in play, then we can do so at that time. But I will say it's not just a commercial moratorium that will be brought forth. It's also going to be the residential piece as well. And as all of you know, we still have tens of millions of dollars in rent relief under our emergency rental process, and we don't have any money for commercial. So we'll make that decision hopefully mid to late February.
Sounds good. Well, I'm going to take a point of presidential privilege here. I'm going to say a couple words. Then I've got 3 council members still who want to speak. We're punched up. To the author, I appreciate you bringing this forward. It sounds like this is something you'd been thinking about, maybe even prior to the surge. I personally don't feel comfortable at this time during this surge As you alluded to, we are certainly not going to be shutting things down. That's not the direction that this body is going or society at large. But because of the large number of cases throughout the community, I am seeing a lot of small businesses not fold, but temporarily shut down. I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the meeting that right now we're averaging about 1% of our own workforce here at the city getting sick every single day because of the sheer number of folks that we have working here. And the small businesses across the city, I think, are not immune to that same sort of phenomenon. And so at a time where some businesses are shutting down temporarily, there may be interruptions in revenue. I don't feel comfortable voting for this today. I think there is a point in the future where I will feel comfortable, but not today in the middle of the surge. And then to the mayor, in terms of bringing forth the rescinding of the different emergency orders, I would caution, right, that we've seen this roller coaster go up and down, the yo-yo go up and down for almost 2 years now. It'll be 2 years in March. And if you've ever seen the movie The Dark Knight Rises, where the commissioner, he's kind of like this kind of moody, pessimistic guy, and they say, oh, he acts like it's always wartime. I'm the commissioner in this case, right? Because I'm sort of, we watched it go up and down, and we can kind of predict at this point what's going to happen. So I hope when we hit the 2-year mark in March that really is the end of it, and we go from pandemic to endemic, and then we learn to sort of live with this. But I would say a big turning point for me, as I've alluded to on this dais before, is when the vaccine is available for all age groups. And at that point, when every single person, every single resident has that option, that's probably a point where, a turning point where we go from pandemic to endemic. Can't say for sure. We'll listen to the scientists and the doctors when we reach that point. But just my words to you, my thoughts to you. Going back to the order, I have Councilmember Maxwell, then
Mr.
President,
President,
Councilmember Bredefeld.
I just say one thing. If you are the commissioner, and I'm Batman.
We should be working together then.
Well, I guess that makes me the Joker, folks. I agree with a lot of what some of my colleagues have said about what the administration has said. I think I differ on when I think I'll feel comfortable lifting a lot of the stuff that we have in place. Certainly not today true for any of the emergency orders that we have in place. I think we just have to look as far as our own internal numbers to realize, yes, this thing is here to stay. Yes, we have to learn to live with it. We're not there yet. We're not there today. I don't feel comfortable moving forward on this just yet. Doesn't mean I won't be in the future. We're still receiving millions of dollars of American Rescue Plans funds. I'd like to see if there's a way to help these business owners with these millions of dollars that we have instead of giving them the boot just yet. I appreciate the sentiment of Councilmember Carbasi. I know he's trying to help out a lot of people that have been hurting during this pandemic that have gone overlooked. I'm not there yet. I don't want to start booting people from their businesses until we've had a little bit more opportunity to provide them some help, because we still do have millions and millions and millions of dollars to help assist folks, including our commercial renters. Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Thank you. You said it. We have to learn how to live with COVID. It's going to be around. We have Omicron now. There'll be another variant down the road. So, I don't know when this is going to end for all of you with variants. They've said there will be more variants. There probably will be more variants. And so these same words that you're expressing today can be said 3 months from now, 4 months from now, 5 months from now. These emergency orders were put in place not to be in place for 2 years. I mean, it's just become absolutely absurd. And City Manager, I don't know if you know, but I believe weren't the residential moratorium from the state, the restrictions, weren't they lifted?
Yeah, I believe that was September 30th, and then ours remain in effect with the emergency order that we currently have in place.
So why would the governor, who's obviously had lots of lockdowns and orders, why would he lift them with Omicron going on? I mean, according to my colleagues, it's a very serious situation. I don't know why he would lift these restrictions, but we're smarter than even him. We're smarter than all the other people. The county has none of these emergency orders in place. The state has lifted them, but I don't know, the city of Fresno, we're really smart, and we're going to keep these emergency orders in place. I mean, can you help me understand why it's lifted from the state, why it doesn't exist for the county, but city of Fresno is going to keep them in place?
Yeah, I wish I could speculate on the thinking that goes into the governor's decision, but I can't. So I can't speculate on why he did what he did. Ours remain in effect. They remain in effect until this council decides not to be in effect, until the mayor comes up with the recommendation to rescind the emergency proclamation. And so it has been something we've talked about. We've talked about it in the COVID committee. So it's on the agenda, but I think the discussion right now is consistent with what we're kind of thinking. It's just a timing thing. We just need to wait and see what this Omicron thing runs through the system. And I agree with you. If it's not this flavor of the month, it'll be this flavor of the month for the Omicron.
I appreciate it, City Manager. I don't think we need to wait to see what Omicron does, what the numbers are, what the spikes are. I think the people understand what's been going on with how to protect themselves. I don't think the solution is that hopefully every child can get a vaccine that we call a vaccine but doesn't really prevent you from getting or transmitting COVID or Omicron, but everybody gets a vaccine and then the world will be solved. That's not true. It's been false, and people have been misled. This has been mishandled from the beginning. We can go into all the folks who've misled on a national level, but this is never going to end until government gets out of the way and leaves people alone. I have a surprise for many of the folks up here. The people in the private sector, residential, business, they don't need you to tell them when it's safe. I mean, you all think you sit up here and I'm not comfortable. You sit up here like kings and I'm not comfortable yet freeing the people and releasing these emergency orders. I mean, it's an embarrassment to me. This is 2 years into this and we shouldn't have these emergency orders in place. People know what to do to protect themselves, obviously, and they don't need local government telling them how to live their lives and what they ought to do. It's beyond ridiculous and absurd with vaccine mandates and mask mandates and stupid comments like it's the pandemic of the unvaccinated, which is a complete lie, lockdowns and all this other baloney. It needs to come to an end. I know you all want to help and be helpful to people. You're not helping them and they don't need you. They don't need government to tell them what to do. City Attorney, are you there? Okay, you're there. This can be turned down. I noticed that one of my colleagues who battles with the administration is very deferential to the administration today, saying, we're waiting for you to give us a recommendation. That's interesting. Wow. Today he wants the mayor, he's waiting for the mayor to tell him what to do. City Attorney, can't the City Council rescind this today without a formal recommendation from the mayor?
Yes, this is an ordinance for introduction. It would have to come back for adoption, though.
So, Councilman Arias, I just want you to know, you can make that decision today. You don't have to wait for the mayor to tell you or a recommendation. Just want you to know.
Dr. Bretterfield, I've been
Yes,
getting a lot of coaching from former Council President Chavez on, playing nice with the administration. I'm trying really hard to play nice. So, ultimately, all kidding aside, the mayor, who has 4,000 employees underneath his supervision, should and needs, and according to the city charter, has a responsibility to initiate lifting the emergency orders. And I'm fully supportive of him.
I have the floor. I appreciate that, Mr. Arias, I really do. Do you want to make a motion, Councilman
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to. I appreciate all the comments from my colleagues, by the way, but I think we've got to make it very clear where we stand. So I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I think we've beat this one to near death. Any other comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote on this one for dramatic effect.
Councilmember Soria is
I think
absent.
we got the vote.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
No to evicting small businesses.
Councilmember Chavez. Absent. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, yes.
Council Vice President Maxwell.
Nay.
Council President Esparza.
Nay.
This item fails.
Fails 3-2. That is the end of our consent agenda. Thank you, my colleagues, for a lively and relatively civil debate. Good way to start off the year. We're now going to move on to the 3 workshops that we have. We'll go in order from 3A, 3B to 3C. I will tell the administration I'd like to get into closed session here within about an hour or so. That's, and I'm going to cut you off right around that time frame. If we can squeeze all 3 in, that'd be great.
Sounds good. All right, so we'll load it up, and then I'll use this. Okay, so today we're going to talk to you about our proposal for utility rates and what we would recommend as a path forward for the water, wastewater, and solid waste utilities. Let's see, that one. This one? How about this one? Here we go. Okay. Can I control it now? Oh, yeah. Okay, good. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Council President, Council Vice President, City Council. So what we're talking to you today about is the rates for water and wastewater. Get the buttons to work. All right. So best practice in local government is periodically we go and do a cost of service rate analysis for our utilities. The reason we want to do that is we always want to keep abreast of the cost of service to provide those services. Over the time, demands change, the conditions change, market conditions change, and we need to make sure our rates reflect those conditions. The other element that we want to ensure is that we're equitably allocating costs to each of the parties. So for us, it's typically residential, commercial, industrial, institutional. Depending upon the type of service customer you are, you will incur different demands on the system, and so we may need to make sure that you pay your proportionate cost for that. And then the final thing we want to make sure is once we account for the cost allocations and the service demand and market conditions, that we design a rate that provides stable and reliable revenue so that we can keep funding the services. A recommendation would be to prepare a 5-year rate utility plan for water, sewer, and solid waste. And on the 27th, we will bring to you for your consideration a rate consultant agreement so that we can get that process started. We are a big city, and so I just want to tell you that you're probably top 50, in terms of population in the country, but in terms of your utility, you're probably top 30 because not every big city does their water, does their wastewater, City of Fresno is one of the very few at this scale that does it all internally, and it's a great thing that we do, but it's not normal at our scale. We usually are part of regional systems or regional authorities. It's a big water system. This well field we have has 260 wells. You've got all the water plants. Your wastewater system is a big system. It's a regional system, 60 million gallons a day. A couple of things to look at there is that, we produce about 110 million gallons of water a day, and we treat about 60 million gallons of raw sewage a day. So that loss that you see there's just accounts for the outdoor irrigation and other losses that we incur. Solid waste, 3-cart service, and then we have the operation cleanup we do for the 114,000 residents. We got the litter collection services, illegal dumping response. Those are things that we'll talk to you about in the rate study, where in the current conditions where those are kind of getting at a stressed level. So let's talk about utility rates, just where we are right now. So our utility rates in the master fee schedule, we charge for water. We have a water use charge, $1 per gallon. We do it by 100 cubic feet. The water meter charge, you'll pay that every month, regardless if you use a gallon or you use 1 million gallons, you'll pay $17.90 for that meter. Sewer, we've divided into 2 elements, and it's a flat charge in the city of Fresno. That's not a common thing. Some people trigger the sewer based on the water, but in the city of Fresno, we standardize it and they do a flat charge. And then we charge a sewer pretreatment element. The pretreatment costs cover the cost it requires us to address the loadings we get from single-family residential once it winds up at the wastewater plant. In our solid waste, we offer 2 levels of service, 3-can service. You can do a 96-gallon gray container for $25.37, or a 64-gallon gray container at $19.20. Again, that's a unique feature in Fresno. There are a lot of people there's a lot of utilities. This is kind of a version of pay as you throw, so that the more you throw away, you'll pay for the bigger can. If you don't generate a lot of waste, you get to buy the smaller cans. Some cities actually make bags available to people, so they pay by the bag. So this is a pretty unique system in the country, and it's pretty beneficial for the residents to give them that option. Councilmember Maxwell, or Vice President Maxwell?
City Manager, just to interject real quick, I know the city has several programs to help folks that are low income on some of these utility plans. The administration brings forward a proposed utility bill charge to the council. Will that also include an updated fee structure to help out the struggling folks? Will that
Correct.
also
So
be
the last time we did the water utility rates, that was one of the things the council requested, was that we provide a water affordability credit program. And so we did do that. So it's about anywhere from 10 to 15% discount. It's a flat fee, $5 that you can qualify for.
For senior and low income? Is that
No. That's just for qualified low income.
Okay.
And so what we want to do is do a similar model on the wastewater side and on the solid waste side, make a similar a solid waste affordability credit, wastewater affordability credit.
it's
We
a
may just
fixed
do a
percentage.
utility affordability credit.
A fixed percentage?
Yeah,
Okay.
correct. So let's just look at the history of these rates. So the last rates for the water side, they went into effect in July of 2018. Your sewer charges are 12 years old, or coming up on 12 years old, and your solid waste charges are coming up on 13 years old. So those are the two we want to focus on. Water, certainly we have to focus on because it's a constantly changing environment on the water side. So I just wanted to show some data on just kind of what's the average utility bills currently in the city. So you could see in 2018, the average bill was about $96.69 a month. That's all three services. And then it went up to $100, $101, $103. Really, those changes reflect just changes in water use, because you have a fixed charge on solid waste, you have a fixed charge on wastewater. So those stayed fixed, and then it's just really the water rate that you're seeing kind of incrementally increasing the average. Over that 3 years, CPI, and this is through June 30, 2021, so inflation has really taken off the last 6 months here, but through June 30, 2021, the increase in CPI was about 2.8, and what you're seeing in the average utility bill is about 2.1. So our customers are experiencing a rate increase that's just based on water use that's less than the current rate of inflation. So one of the things that the EPA, we did this last time we did the water rate, was we wanted to just index against some affordability. And so EPA puts out data on water and wastewater rates that they consider affordable. What they look at is 2.5% for water plus 2% for wastewater, so you get a 4.5% median household income. It should be, we want to be that or less to cross that threshold of affordability. California Water Board also has a standard that they use, that their kind of index is similar, 1.5 on median household, 2.5 on median household for the water, so they're kind of consistent with EPA on the upper end. There is no published data on affordability standards for solid waste. So we want to just see the affordability of the current rates, and we're assuming this residents used 1,800 cubic feet a month, so that you could just see their charges. Their monthly bill is about $100.40. Median household income today, that'll change here as the census comes through, but right now it'll go up. It's $50,342. So right now your total utility bill in the city of Fresno is 2.39% of median household income. So we're well below the thresholds. That's not saying we want to charge up to the threshold, but we're below the thresholds right now. So we operate a very efficient system. And it's credit to all of those staff in water, wastewater, and solid waste that they're able to run this thing that efficiently. So we want to just see where are we relative to other utilities in the state, big utilities. So that would be City of Fresno, we're down here at the other end. We did this on the water rates too. We were always down on the other end. The places like San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, they don't have any landfills around them. So they got to ship all that stuff out of the county into the Central Valley in some cases. So they'll move that stuff. So that's really where they kind of incur some costs. But for us, we locally here, we do a very efficient job at providing the service. So let's just talk about this process we're going to get to in the rate design. So in California, unique to California, utility rate design must comply with state law. This doesn't exist in any other state. But the standard that's applied here is applied everywhere in the country. It's just in California, by the law, you got to do it this way. So really, it's just that third bullet in the Article 13D of the California Constitution. The amount shall not exceed the proportional cost of service. So you can't charge people more than it takes to deliver that service to their house. So that's where we go through the process of looking at what does it cost to get the water to your house, the wastewater from your house, and pick up the 3 cans from your house. So those are all very individual, unique calculations that we make to figure out what's that cost of service, and we cannot violate. So we're around the state of California where people get challenged on their 218 rates, is people will come in and say, this is not proportional. You're charging me more than you should, and so people challenge the calculations of how we do that. So what cost of service elements can we put in the rates? Pretty much everything. So we don't move any money from the general fund to the utilities. We move money from the utilities to the general fund. But all of these costs get rolled into the cost of service. So when we talk about the cost to get the water to somebody's house, the debt service is in there, the O&M's in there, the fuel, everything that it takes to deliver that water, take that wastewater, collect that trash, gets built into the rate. So this is what we call, what we're working on this piece is, I'll go to the next slide here. It's this first column. So here's kind of the 4-step process you go through to design a rate. The first thing you gotta do is, what does it cost? What are the revenue requirements to provide this service? What are the current system demands? How do we think we're gonna grow, and how many more accounts are we gonna have? We calculate those operating costs, maintenance costs, all of those. And then we have to also make an accounting for our capital and operating reserves that we operate in those. Once we know what the gross scale of the cost, then we try and define the different customer classes that we have. Again, residential puts a different demand than a McDonald's, and a McDonald's does a different demand than a warehouse. So we have to segregate those different classes and identify how are you using the system, and how can we design the rate so it reflects the way you use the system. And that's where we do that second bullet. We perform the cost of service analysis based on the system demands. So now we know how much demand you put on the system. The next thing we do is design the rate. And that rate design is all about how do we equitably allocate these costs to everybody so that they pay their proportionate share. Now we have the rates, and now we do kind of on the back end, we go, okay, let's look at the bill frequency analysis. What is this going to do to the ratepayers? How are they going to, what difference will they see? We'll do the average bill analysis. I've kind of shown you that. And then this is where we'll do we call it lifeline rate, Councilmember Maxwell. Sometimes it's an affordability credit, but the lifeline rate is what credits do we want to make available to residents so that they can keep these rates affordable. So that's part of the analysis as well. And again, the objective, adopt an equitable, legally compliant 5-year rate plan that makes sure we provide this service continuously. So I just want to get into the cost of service because this is really what drives the rates. And so first we're going to start with the solid waste. I've highlighted these ones in blue. The other ones are pretty standard, but we have a cost at the transfer station. All our trash gets picked up at the neighborhoods, and we take it to a single facility, a transfer station. And so they have a lot of operating costs there, hauling costs there, equipment costs there. And so those are contracts that we have with a vendor. And there may be situations that arise where we've got to make adjustments. They'll make adjustments to their cost and their operations that we have to reflect in the rate. Disposal fees, this is probably the biggest component of the cost. Landfill, tipping fee at the landfill, our recyclable material disposal fees, and our green waste material fees. These are the big numbers in the system that we've got to account for because those will change over time as well. And then we have the changes in law. So for us, the big change in law is coming up with this organics and food waste program. We're going to be bringing an item to you here to establish that we would like to begin compliance with that in July 1 of 2023. The state allows you to submit that kind of request, so we will be doing that. So that's the big one, is it's going to change how our vendors have to process organics and food waste. And so because we're adding that extra burden on them, they're going to have to come back to us and say, okay, for me to take your organics and food waste, here's what it's going to cost. Now, we go through their cost, but we will identify.
Is that not in place now for Fresno families?
Excuse me?
Is that not in place now for Fresno families to?
Correct, that's not in place right now. Now, there are some people, and that do composting in their backyard. They buy a little tub and they do composting in their backyard. That's always an option they can do. But this is, since not enough people are composting in their backyard, we're going to make them put it in their green waste bin.
I was under the impression that it was in place.
No, not in place right now. Yeah, because right now the law isn't set up where these guys can have food in their green waste. So the law just changed, so now they can have food in the green waste. Okay. So the law changed. Now, so the question for us is, when do we want to comply? So we've got some work we got to do. So that's where we're going to the state and saying, we'd like to begin compliance of this July 1st of 2020.
Why do you think that's going to take a year and a half, City Manager?
Because so part of it has to be the rate study. What's it gonna cost? So we gotta work with the vendors to understand, okay, we're gonna be bringing this green waste to you, it's gonna have food in it. What's that cost gonna be for you? Then we take that data and then look at, okay, how much are we going to need to adjust the solid waste rate to account for that cost? Do we wanna, certainly there's always education, but we always do the education now. How do we wanna make that service available to the residents? Do we wanna give them a little bucket? Do you want to just tell them, just put it in the green waste? Because part of the challenge here is that people are going to start putting food in the green waste, and there's stuff that's not going to qualify, and it's going to wind up at the station contaminated, and then it's going to have to, and so we're paying $16 a ton for the green waste now. If it's contaminated and they can't take it, it then goes to $34 a ton because now it's waste. And so we want to avoid that. So there's a process we want to go through to educate the residents on. You got to keep this clean as you can, because if you don't, we're going to wind up paying for it. And so we'll still account for that in our rate study, that some amount of material is going to get rejected. Some amount will have to, instead of paying $16, we'll pay $34. So we got to make those estimates as well.
So is the ultimate goal of the administration a fourth separate container then?
Excuse me?
So the ultimate goal is a fourth separate container?
No, the ultimate goal, and I think that was where the state really kind of helped us a little bit, is you're going to put it in your green waste. So your lawn clippings, your grass clippings, your tree trimmings, all that stuff, we're going to put the food in there. Because it all winds up at a processing, it's all organic food.
But you're saying that's going to contaminate it and cost us twice
No,
as
no,
much.
there will be people who put, like, for example, people will say you can put your meat in there, but they'll probably put the T-bone as well, the bone in the, it's like you can't take the bone, or the wrappings in the food. No, can't take the wrappings in the food, just the food goes in there. So like commercial guys, there are some commercial people that have their bins, they just put the raw product. Could be packaged ham, bread, whatever, and then it goes, but they have machines there that strip it out and take the food and give you the waste.
Excuse me, Councilmember Maxwell, will be before you in February with an update on just the SB 1383. So we'll have a lot more information for you.
So let's look at the numbers for solid waste that we've got here, and you can kind of see the impact of what the tipping fees are. So here's the last 10 years, the annual operating revenue and annual operating schedule expenditures. The dashed line is the expenditures. The solid line is the revenue, and it's like you want your revenues greater than your expenditures. And you could see when we first started in 13, 14, 15, we had more expenses than we had revenue. We went in and we renegotiated the trash, the landfill disposal fee, the recycle fee, and the green waste fee, reduced those costs, and that we've been kind of riding on that for a while. And now we're at that point where the expenses and revenues are converging, and this is where we need to do the cost of service study. So some of the things on the solid waste fund that we got to really pay attention to is the capital and operating reserves. All of the utilities have a capital and operating reserve. They have to account for emergency drought declarations that may come, treatment plants may get upset, major water line and sewer line breaks, and then again, the transfer station or landfill upset conditions. And so on the solid waste side, that'll probably be the biggest risk. We had that happen at the transfer station. It went on fire. Landfill will go on fire. Landfills and transfer stations go on fire. They just catch fire. And if you do that, you have to divert the flow, their trash to some other place. Might be farther away, might be a different tipping fee, so we have to have money for that. Right now, solid waste is utilizing their reserve funds to support the general operations, which is not healthy. We're eating into that to keep the business going, which is timely for us to do the rate study. At this current rate, we think their reserve fund balance will be depleted in about 36 months at current burn rates. So the path forward on the solid waste, and these apply for a lot of them. We're going to see normal escalation in labor, energy, and fuel costs. It's California, so those may be a little bit higher. We're going to make the system's going to be bigger. We're going to get a bigger footprint, and we're going to add more people, so that'll impact it. For solid waste, the big issues are going to be the volatility of the market conditions, especially recycling markets. We've gone from getting paid 20 bucks a ton to having to pay 30 bucks a ton. So that market is really up and down. And so we've got to account for that. Vehicle and equipment purchases are getting expensive. Again, we've talked about this, the changes in law, that'll impact commercial and residential. And then DPU, solid waste, they have a 5-year loan because that's how they're paying for their portion of the B building, which we're calling the O&M facilities. So let's just talk real quick about wastewater. Again, the normal kind of cost escalation factors, but the biggest thing for wastewater is going to be the system maintenance and repair. The wastewater is just very aggressive. It'll eat concrete in a heartbeat. It'll eat cast iron. It'll eat steel. The wastewater is very aggressive everywhere. And so we're constantly coating, repairing, replacing, trying to protect the assets from the deterioration that's just natural from the wastewater. This one also has a change in law issue we need to deal with. So the wastewater plant, state just passed a law, salt and nitrate discharge limitations. So right now, right now our wastewater plant discharges nitrogen at about 20 milligrams per liter. State came in and said you got to reduce that to 10 milligrams per liter. That's technology we've got to add to the plant to strip that out, and so that's going to be millions of dollars that we got to work on. We've got the capital projects. This is really what drives wastewater: digester recovery, this nitrogen reduction project, and then again, it's an aggressive material that we're handling. So we're just aging asset repair replacement.
Haven't we recently funded both of those upgrades that you just mentioned?
Yeah, you haven't funded, so the digester gas recovery, you funded a small piece of that to get started, the design. The nitrogen reduction hasn't started yet. We're doing the design right now, so you paid for the design on these things. Once those come, we'll bring the capital project to you to fund. On the wastewater revenues, this one's a little odd. So you can see wastewater expenses in the dashed, revenues on the solid, and we've been actually running a very good balance on these two. You can see that in, I think it was 2016, 2017, we actually had accumulated enough cash that we were able to defease $160 million in debt. We just, here's a check, get that debt off the books, and it was gone. And so now on this one, you can see our revenues are kind of holding, our expenses are holding flat, and our expenses are falling. Part of that is related to the debt service retirement. And so we've got a big gap here. And so this is another area where we need to do a cost of service analysis to see, is this equitable? Do we really need that? What's the level of funding we need to keep this thing going? You can see how spread they are. Finally, we'll go to water. Again, the normal ones, but with water, the water supply purchase costs are the thing that can catch us. In a normal year, you know, we're paying $125 an acre foot for Millerton water. We're paying about $40 an acre foot for FID water. But in a dry year, if we've got to buy water, we did this not too long ago, we were paying $300 an acre foot for water if we needed to run it. So water supply is going to be one of those ones that drive the cost. Changes in law here are going to be really primary drinking water standards. EPA always comes out and says, hey, here's a new standard, you got to treat this, and then we got to add technology. So you guys have been approving some agenda items for well projects. Those are all treatment technologies to, and again, new technology, a new standard comes out, we're going to have to treat for it. The drought resiliency, the state is really heavy on the drought resiliency, so that's kind of reliable, redundancy, water supply, so there'll be some requirements there we have to do. And then finally, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. We're currently, it started, we're just early in the infancy, but there will be some projects related to that we'll have to account for to make sure that we are always in compliance with that law. And the big one for water as well is pending litigation. We just got litigation in the fund that we need to make sure we have protected and we have the resources to respond. All right, and then here's the water revenues. So you can again see in 12 through 15, we were just not in a, we were in a very tenuous position where the revenues and expenses are just a little close. We did a rate increase in February of 2015. Those went into effect, and our first full year of that was FY 2016, and then great, you see the separation that we wanted, but again, now we're into that place where they're converging again. We need to do a cost of service study just to make sure that we're equitable, we're covering our costs, and we're accounting for those things that go into the future. So, last slide, rate planning process. So our proposal and our recommendation is that we'd like to bring these consultant agreements to you in January 27th to just do the cost of service analysis. We'll administer and conduct that analysis and community outreach. That's how we usually do it. We talk with all the people who will be impacted by the project and kind of get their thoughts and ideas on level of service, quality of service. Those will get factored into our calculations. We think we'll do that from April to November. We will come to you in December to request authorization to initiate the Prop 218 process. And then we'll administer that process from December to January. It's a 45-day minimum. We may go longer, but 45-day minimum, so we'll do that in December, January, and then in February, we'll hold a public hearing in this building, and then the clerk will tabulate the votes, and then we'll get a number read out here, and then you don't have to adopt the rates that day. It's just, we hold the public hearing for people to comment. Clerk will go in the back, read the ballots, come out, report the ballots, and that'll be the end of that meeting, and then we'll have further discussions about whether or not to, council could adopt the rates in March. That's what we kind of got there. And then the new rates will be effective in July 1st of 2023. So about 18 months from now is when we see these rates going into effect. And so that's our recommendation, that's our proposal. We'd like to move forward with that with you guys in, at the next meeting with the consultant agreement.
Question, Councilmember Maxwell? Council Vice President.
City Manager, these rates, can you remind me, are they in any way or form able to be used towards the purple pipe system? Or is that only non-ratepayer funds?
Yeah, that would be, so that is non-ratepayer funds right now. That was all funded by the state of California with grants. The operating costs are being shared with wastewater and water. It's kind of a water utility, so we have water staff kind of working on the water meters, the flow testing, all that. Wastewater is actually producing the water at the reclamation plant, so the two are working together. That is one we're going to recommend that we bring to you as well. But right now, we're at a low stage in terms of our customer base, and so we're trying to get that expanded. And once we get it expanded and know how it works, then we can come back and go, okay, we have this kind of customer, here's how we want to design the rate.
Well, what I hear through this is, a plan to improve and expand on services that are paid for with rates.
With rates.
But what is the administration's plan to expand systems and services through DPU that cannot legally be funded with ratepayer funds because of 218?
Right, so we have, the utility relies, not exclusively, but heavily on the ratepayer rates. However, DPU has other funding sources as well. So for example, all the well sites, some of the well sites have license agreements with somebody to put a cell tower. I can't recall what that was, but those dollars are not restricted by the 218. So those are dollars we use for.
But it just doesn't seem like we're getting enough revenue on that end either, City Manager, to keep up with these non-ratepayer projects like the purple pipe system expansion and other things too. So I just wondering what the plan is there to increase the funding on that side as well.
No, that would be great. So we are right now working with a number of vendors who have expressed an interest in putting digital billboards up on the side. I think the mayor received the first check the other day. It was like $250,000, $240,000. I don't know. I think Councilmember Bredefield saw the check. But those are the types we're thinking. How do we make other services available? How do we make our assets available in a way that can generate some revenue? Absolutely a great idea. And we're constantly looking at doing that.
I'd be interested in seeing the long-term plan on
Yep,
that too,
that'd be
because
perfect.
I keep going back to it. I'm really passionate about the purple pipe system, and I bring it up every once in a while. And we'd like to do something with it, is what I hear a lot, but there doesn't really seem to be that solid plan for expanding that to parks or to ornamental lawn space, which I think would save the city a lot of money in the long term if we make a short-term investment. I don't know what the administration's plan is to making that happen.
Yeah, I think we'll get it prepared for you. We did put a trade memo out not too long ago showing the expansion plan of the purple pipe. So one of the big expansion plans is Mariposa Mall. So we've got the pipe coming across 99 at Inyo, coming up across Inyo. So now the plan is how do we start connecting things in the mall? Because we've got all the green space now. It's the downtown Fulton Mall is plumbed for the water. We'd like to get this area plumbed for the water. Caltrans has asked us to keep going, get it over there to 41, and they want to put it onto 41 and start using it on the medians there. So there's a lot of interest as well, and we agree with you that let's figure out how to expand it.
All right, other comments or questions from my colleagues? I don't see anybody punched up. City Manager, looks like you had fun doing that. Feel good to get it off your chest?
Felt good to get off my chest.
Yeah, and I know this is your stuff. This is your area of expertise.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So let's move on to the next workshop. We're at about 2:50 p.m. Move on to the next workshop 3B, and the title of that is a summary of 2021 homeless service investments.
So we have HBs on via Zoom.
Okay, H, you have the floor.
Council President, City Council members, I'm H. Spees, Housing and Homeless Initiatives Division. The mayor's actually going to kick us off on this workshop that is a summary of 2021 homeless services investments.
H, the mayor stepped out for a moment.
Okay, well, I'm gonna channel my inner mayor, if that's all right. And let's see. Let's go to next slide, please. And let me just say that I think what the mayor was going to say is that as you and the city council, as the city council and I as mayor have teamed up to address the most significant issues facing our community, homelessness and housing, we want to give you an overview of the investments that we've made. One good thing that the mayor passed on to all of us is that he had a meeting recently with the governor's office, and he wanted the council to know the state plan in the future includes short-term funding for emergency and bridge housing and long-term funding for affordable housing. And generally, that's what we're trying to accomplish with you for the city. Now I'll turn it over to the city manager, Tommy. Hello.
Sorry, hold on, H.
Sorry about that. So, yeah, H, sorry, I was working on the TCC one. So I apologize, H. I was not paying attention. I was just otherwise detained.
There's a lot of balls in the air.
Yeah, so I think, I'm going to repeat probably what he said, and I apologize. Just our homeless and housing issue, huge. We didn't think we can do it in one day, one workshop, so we're unbundling it in this. We have all these different colors of money that we've got. Yeah, so we got all these different colors of money that we have, and so we're going to show you that on the homeless services. And then we've got the homeless assistance response team. A lot of question about that from council, so we've got that queued up. We're ready to go on that. We've started already using this group, and so we will bring to you on the 27th a formal plan for doing that. And again, I think I heard H2 say this, that we had a call with the governor on Monday. I saw a plan came out today, billions of dollars for housing. So on the billions of dollars for housing, we got to factor that into how we're going to do housing here in the city of Fresno. Housing is also part of ARPA. ARPA's got very flexible, eligible expenses that we can do for the homeless and the housing. So we're trying to package all those things together to show you all the different resources that are available for you to make these decisions on how do we want to deal with the homelessness and how do we want to build more housing. So our goal is to build housing, and we're hearing it from the community, build housing. So we're ready to go on that as soon as we get the green light from certainly the council on some of the expenditures, but some of the rules that are going to be associated with these housing dollars that are going to be coming. Over to you, H.
Very good. So we're going to be presenting 3 workshops. Today's workshop deals with homeless services investments. In 2 weeks, we'll be back to you with a homeless assistance response team deployment, and that will really deal very specifically with how we are responding to the homeless challenge on our streets and encampments. And then in April, as the mayor mentioned earlier in the meeting, we'll be bringing to you a One Fresno housing plan. Today, the city manager has provided to you for your convenience and to better record and respond to your concerns, a response sheet with space next to each of the numbered slides for you to record your questions, concerns, or suggestions. During the presentation, if you just please note your concerns next to each slide, that will allow us to address each one of them one by one, slide by slide at the end of the presentation, which we think will take about 15 minutes, maybe less, recording how we will address each of your concerns and also reminding us of what we need to get back to you on with questions that we need to address. Next slide, please. So today what we're going to do is talk about the scope of our homeless challenge. We're going to look at funding that we've received, how funds have been invested, outcomes that we've achieved, next steps, and then how we will update the council in the future. Next slide, please. The scope of our homeless challenge is a little bit difficult only because we know that homelessness is growing, but we haven't had a PIT count, a point in time count, for 2 years because of COVID. Our next point in time count is actually February 23rd through 25th. But what we've had, next slide please, is a recent history of homeless population growth. In 2011, we had about 5,100 unhoused people on our streets. We were able to reduce that through a 10-year plan significantly, and the primary thing that we did there was add permanent supportive housing. But since 2017, you see that the numbers are going up. So right now, we estimate, basically doing a straight line projection of over 60% increase between 2019, 2020, and then until now. We're looking at somewhere in the ballpark that we'll confirm by the pit count of about 5,200 in the Fresno Madera community at large, and about 4,200 in terms of unhoused people in the city of Fresno. Next slide, please. Why are these numbers growing? Multiple social system breakdowns. We've made progress, but there's no cause for celebration. The most common question that many of us receive is, if we're receiving all this money and doing all these great things, why do we continue to see homelessness? And it's very simple. Our society throughout the U.S., throughout California and Fresno, is producing homelessness at a rate that's exceeding the rate at which we're adding additional shelter beds and housing. But in the meantime, rather than being overwhelmed by the rise in numbers, we are committed to strategically invest our resources in ways that make a difference for people, in the lives of hundreds of people every year. Next slide, please. What funding we've received, this is the funding that we've received as a whole community. And our goal here is to be a good partner with all of our institutional partners. That includes the Housing Authority, the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care in the county, but also multiple CBOs. Out of this whole pot of funds that we've received since 2019, July of 2019, about $60 million. Next slide, please.
If you may pause, I want to reaffirm a fact here. If you look at the previous slide, we as a community have received $144 million in 30 months. So although the city's direct allocation is $59 million, the county has received $30 million, Fresno Housing Authority $24 million, and the Fresno County Continuum of Care has received $30 million. So this is an unprecedented amount of money, $144 million in 30 months for a singular issue, which is homelessness. But as H noted, the population has grown by a couple of thousand. So the growth of homelessness is growing at a faster rate than the amount of resources that we have received as a city and as a community, which is the gap that we see every single day as these encampments have grown in certain parts of town.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. And to that point, next slide, please. Much of this funding is one-time funding. If you look at the dark blue segment of the pie up at the top of this pie chart, that's our normal allocation, pre-COVID, pre-homeless emergency. So much of this funding is one-time funding, maximum 5 years at the most. This is not normal, and we have to make the most of these short-term dollars, and we're going to show you how we're doing that. Next slide, please. So the services that are funded by the city of Fresno with these resources basically build up and strengthen a homeless service delivery system that moves people from street to housing. And that includes all of these different types of services. Next slide, please. These are the CBO subrecipient partners that we utilize to deliver these services across our city. Next slide, please. Our outcomes that we've achieved are significant. 8,000 plus people assisted with one or more services for unsheltered persons utilizing city funds. And by the way, some of these numbers are a bit duplicated due to COVID beds and what have you, but we've tried to separate that out now that we're kind of past the COVID homeless crisis. 510 beds added to the system by the city. Unduplicated persons, about 2,800 unduplicated persons assisted with overnight shelter, triage, or bridge housing. 4,000 exited from the system. 1,000 exited to permanent housing. These are significant figures, and they make up, if you were to, let's go to the next slide, please. This is the shelter bed count in the city, and these are all of the shelter providers. The ones that are asterisked are those that are paid for by city. And I broke out the number of city rooms that we have, and it's about 468 rooms that are city funded out of that 598. And city beds would be of around 623 plus city beds. Next slide, please. outcomes achieved, milestones. And really, these milestones are strategies that we've adopted to work smarter rather than harder. And there are 4 of them: triage centers, our COVID response community-wide, motel conversion, and project off-ramp. Next slide, please. In terms of our outcomes achieved, we have initiated something in 2019 that was never a part of our Fresno menu of services before, and that is low barrier shelters. That means people can come with pets, partners, and possessions, and they can come drunk or high. They can't bring drugs or alcohol into the facility. Very low barrier. And prior to the COVID crisis, we were seeing over 65% of guests at our Golden State Triage Center make safe exits within 90 days. Turning Point operates 5 triage centers in former motels. Golden State, Step Up on 99, Journey Home, Welcome Inn, and Sage Commons. And I've got here, Jody Ketcheside is on Zoom, ready to share with you some of the great outcomes that we've seen even during the COVID crisis and during the crisis in the lack of affordable housing. Jody, are you there? Maybe you could raise your hand so that our city clerk's department could see you. Okay. So.
I'm
Jody,
here. Did it work?
Beautiful.
Okay.
Yep, perfect.
Hi, I apologize for not being there in person. I'm isolating. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the data that we pulled through December 31st of 2021. Keep in mind that this is the folks from the 5 hotel triage centers. And when we measure outcomes for exits, we are only doing that as a percentage of those who actually exited. So since February of 2021, 1,047 people have been served in the 5 motel triage centers. 457 people have exited. 139 of those went to permanent housing, so that's 30% of that 457. And 96 of them, or 21%, exited to safe locations. Now, what I want to point out here is that we do not count transferring to another shelter as a safe exit. In the homeless management information system where we pull this data from, exiting to another shelter is a completely separate button. So a safe temporary location would be if they opt to go into substance abuse treatment, if they go to live with family and friends, but it's a temporary arrangement that may or may not turn permanent. They go into transitional housing, that would be considered a temporary safe location. So I just wanted to make it real clear that we're not, if someone has to transfer to another shelter for any reason at all, and there are several reasons for that, they would not be counted as a safe exit. That would be indicated in HMIS as an exit to another shelter. So that's a 51% safe exit outcome, and the motels are running at an average of 104% utilization rate. And what that means is that depending on household composition, we have 1 household per unit. So if that household is 3 people or 1 person, depending on the composition, we will run over 100% of those actual doors, if that makes sense.
Very good. Thank you, Jody.
Sure, no problem.
In addition, thank you
Hey,
so much.
Jody,
And in
H,
addition-
if I may, while we have Jody on the line, Jody, we've heard a lot of feedback from homeless advocates and homeless residents about the reasons why homeless residents are removed from a transitional shelter or motel. Can you give us the top reasons why you would have an individual removed from the facility?
Violence, major destruction of property, any sort of like major safety issue.
Okay.
Typically it's threats or acts of violence. We have had at Step Up on 99, when there's domestic violence, then one of the partners may need to leave. And we've had that at other shelters too, although what we try to do is just separate them until it can be resolved, if it can be resolved. Um, but domestic violence is definitely a challenge for us.
Thank you.
And Jody, how often do your staff do welfare checks room by room?
Every day, off and on all day.
Very good. In addition, we've seen this neighborhood positively impacted by motel acquisitions. And Councilmember Arias, who with the mayor has been just right at the point of the spear at making these facilities available, recently took with city manager Escueda and myself, took a walking tour, and after that relayed to us that the neighborhood has generally, I mean, there have been some that isn't perfect, but there generally has been a positive impact. So I followed up with Deputy Chief Brooke Farah and asked them to run some statistics on this area. And with the conversion of the motels to triage centers, this neighborhood, which has been one of our city's epicenters for drug and human trafficking, has actually seen a 4.35% reduction in crime since the motels were converted. And according to Officer Farah, this is pretty remarkable in light of the fact that the almost 400% increase in population in the motels includes a population that is often both victim and suspect, and we have not seen a corresponding rise in crime. Next slide, please. So triage centers are really a big strategy that has created a milestone in terms of seeing people off the street and then exit to safe outcomes. Another major milestone is outcomes achieved through our community-wide COVID-19 homeless response. And I'd like to just sort of say that, you know, this was huge. A big portion of those dollars that you saw earlier were for COVID-19 homeless response, both from state and federal sources. And we came together with the city, the county, the President Madera Continuum of Care, and our community-based partners. And we saw huge numbers, over 1,500 persons assisted with shelter, triage, bridge housing, 432 emergency beds, and an average of 394 occupied beds. And bottom line is, we did not have an anticipated major outbreak of COVID among our homeless population. Next slide, please. Motel conversion is a big deal, and Councilmember Arias, like I said, and Mayor Shire have been key at this, not only working with the Housing Authority to see four motels converted through Project Homekey, but in the acquisition of 2 additional motels and use as shelters, and then 3 more that are coming up under Project Homekey. Motel conversion is so important because what it does is it takes very, very short-term dollars, uses them to acquire a facility, modify it to be a shelter, and then later on, convert it to permanent affordable housing. That's a big deal because what it does is it takes short-term money and allows us to build long-term capacity for our system. And as we all know, if we don't have affordable housing units to exit folks, our whole system gets bogged down. It gets very expensive. Next slide, please.
H, I do want to reemphasize for the council that, you know, we took some drug-infested substandard housing units in Motel Drive, converted them to transitional safe housing as you have demonstrated, but now the real heavy lift is converting that to permanent housing. And that price tag is not going to be as small as a simple conversion of a motel to transitional housing. That's going to require a significant amount of money from the feds and state, some matching funds from new market tax credits, some housing partners like the Housing Authority, and some creative ways to be able to build up the infrastructure in that area. As H pointed out, we've increased the population in that area by 400%. That means the amount of water and sewer infrastructure use is up by 400%. When we convert that area to permanent housing, it's going to add even more density to that area, which is good because we're going to take a corridor that's substandard and make it to permanent affordable housing. But they will need some investment from the city through state and federal means and local means to build that infrastructure, or else it'll just remain transitional housing for a long time.
Thank you, Council Member. The fourth and last outcome and milestone that I wanted to mention is Project Off-Ramp. And one of the false accusations about Project Off Ramp is it's just sort of a cosmetic thing, and that it's a photo op for the mayor. Let me just say this: that the mayor was out on the freeway embankments during the whole year of 2021, whether there was a camera or not. And the reason for Project Off Ramp was not to create some sort of glitzy photo op. It was because these folks on our embankments were the most endangered in our city. Not only were they living under the risk of homelessness, oftentimes criminal, huge, toxic encampments like on the Triangle on 99 or on Tyler, but also bad air quality, and we had deaths. People were dying as a result of being hit by vehicles. So the good news is that this has been a very, very powerful project, and Sarah Marhadi, who is the Chief Program Officer for Poverello House, is going to share the outcomes with us. Sarah? Thank you. City Clerk.
All right, I think I am. Good afternoon, everybody. We want to go ahead and talk about Project Off Ramp and also a tiny bit about the outreach team. Before we do any type of relocation, we really go out ahead of time to build rapport and to build trust. And it's because of that method, we were able to see about 80% of people access services. What's also remarkable about this type of outreach was that a lot of people for the first time were actually receiving services. And another thing to note was some of these Project Off-Ramps, especially on the 180, these cut across many neighborhoods. And these neighborhoods have been impacted negatively by the encampments. And I will tell you that it was a great success to see these neighborhoods really improve and also improve the lives of our homeless clients. So what we did in the beginning is we identified the most high-risk areas off of all the freeways and on the canals and the railroads. We also, the total projects that people relocated during Project Off-Ramp on the freeways, which include 168, 180, 99, and 41, was 500. On the canals was 82, and on the rail property was 22. So the total for Project Off-Ramp for canals and rail properties was 604 people. And we have seen a significant impact on those clients that were able to access services through our shelter and through us. We will continue to build rapport building. They do have access to mental health services if they need to, both through Kingsview and through Poverello houses, because we do have our own mental health services. And I also want to point out that this kind of approach is kind of a best practice approach from other cities that have done this and been successful at it. And so we feel like this is a very important project. We know lots of people that we deal with are high acuity. We are seeing significant mental health issues with extreme hoarding behavior. And that seems to be the reason why some people do not accept services, because of the extreme amount of items that they accumulate. So we are pushing forward. We find this to be a great project, and we're very proud that we were able to partner with multi-jurisdictionals from Caltrans to FID Property to CHP and the Fresno Police to provide a humane and just response to the encampments in the area.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. We're going to take a more in-depth look at where we're going based on Project Off-Ramp into neighborhoods in 2 weeks when we present to you a workshop on the HEART team. Next slide, please.
Hey, H, before you move on, this is Councilmember Luis Chavez. Just want to, and I've said this before publicly, but I think it's relevant and important right now as we're going through this conversation. I don't think anybody's, denied the success that Project Off-Ramp off the freeways has had. What has also occurred, and I think you guys know this, is that a lot of those folks that opted not to receive services and were asked to move along ended up in our neighborhoods, in our shopping centers, in abandoned buildings that have subsequently been burnt down. And so I guess what I'm looking for going forward is, okay, so we were successful with Project Off-Ramp freeways. What is going to be our response for Project Off-Ramp in the neighborhoods for those folks specifically that do not wish to receive services or maybe aren't ready to receive services, so that our homeless task force folks, are not just essentially going from shopping center to gas station, because I can tell you right now that the folks that decided not to stay at the freeways on Peach and 180 and Clovis and 180 ended up in the canal banks of Fancher Creek, ended up in the old Sunnyside Drive-In. And so Councilmember Maxwell and myself end up playing ping pong where his office will turn it in. They move down to the shopping centers on the other side of 180 in my district, and then go back to the other side. So I think just food for thought. I want to see what our comprehensive plan is going to be for those folks specifically that I referenced going forward.
That's a great observation, and we know that, Councilmember Chavez, and I want you to know also that after our last presentation to council, we did address that homeless encampment at Clovis and Kings Canyon, but right now, we just had a call yesterday from a woman related to Fancher Creek. You're right on target. In 2 weeks, we're going to show you our comprehensive plan for addressing that across our city.
H, and
Thank you.
if I may add to, yesterday we had the encampment on 8th Street cleaned up, and everybody moved literally around the corner to Broadway in front of the 411 business that was recently set on fire by the homeless community. And last night when I drove by, they were hosting bonfires on the sidewalk on the right-of-way of city property in front of the business. So I think to the point of Member Chavez, we're looking for, if we're going to go and clean up an encampment, the homeless task force literally told us folks, go ahead and move to next street, right? I mean, they're given very clear direction on where they should relocate. And it used to be go from District 1 to District 3 and we'll leave you alone. Now it's going from 8th Street to Broadway. So we're not really, achieving success in that space. The other comment I wanted to provide you is we got a lot of complaints about the canal embankments, FID. With the new ordinance that we're passing that allows us to abate an area within 10 days versus 30, I think we're going to give code enforcement very clear direction to abate and send the property owner the bill. So a conversation with the Fresno Irrigation District needs to be had so that when they get the $100,000 bill from the abatement that we just conducted, they're not surprised by it because they're not taking ownership of their property, and they're a local owner that has a lot of square footage, and residents are complaining to us even though it's FID property. So same thing for the railroad company. We spent a lot of time cleaning up the right-of-way, and I hope we're at least communicating to those agencies the policies that we're passing in this room that's going to result in us forwarding them the bill after we clean up the abatement issue.
So we have agreements with those agencies. We'll share those with you in 2 weeks. But I did want to mention, Councilmember Arias, and you're exactly right. Folks did move around the corner off of the encampment that you mentioned at 8th Street in San Bernardino is the largest, most toxic encampment in the city at the time. Yesterday, we got 80% to resolution. Today, we invited people back off of those. So right now, that corner that you mentioned is empty. And we have a long-term strategy for completely eliminating that encampment sometime in February. So next steps, and you guys are putting your fingers right on the heartbeat of the issue. It's a tough issue, but we're making progress. Next steps, next slide, please. There's several next steps that are critical in moving ahead. One is the continued operating of shelters and triage centers. And I'll just say this to City Council, with all this money flying around and coming into the city, we've done some very careful planning, and we are sound in operating these centers through June 30th of 2024 in funding the operations of our emergency triage centers. But we will need continued council support, and we intend to earn that by showing you results like we have today. And this is our priority, and ultimately it means as Councilmember Arias mentioned, it means the conversion to affordable housing in the future. Next slide, please. Next steps also, second next step is to continue executing our motel conversion plan. And you look at a $70,000 a room acquisition, $20,000 a year operation with wraparound services, but $100,000 to $200,000 a door for conversion. The good news is this particular slide shows the Sun Lodge, and Fresno Housing has already secured low-income tax credits to see that conversion. We're planning a long-term strategy for how these units will be converted. Many of these units will be converted to affordable housing. But that's a key issue: acquisition, shelter, affordable housing. Next slide, please. Another next step that's really crucial is keep building the continuum. This is the continuum that our city manager has given us to build on. It means responding to folks on the street. And by the way, just a tip of the hat to Councilmember Soria. She's mentioned the cahoots model. I think you heard in Sarah Marhadi's presentation that we've adopted the cahoots model, and everything that we do, and you'll see this 2 weeks from now in our heart presentation, is led by outreach. But homeless street response to shelter, to triage, to transitional, to affordable, to owner-occupied. Next slide, please.
Hey, H, if you could pause on that slide for the, I'm trying to read it, it's the transition housing under the tiny homes category. I think you got tiny homes, pallet shelters. If you kind of just give an overview, or maybe more specifically, what exactly does the city of Fresno need in order to do tiny homes as a homeless component of our plan?
We'll be bringing that back to you, Councilmember Chavez, and the mayor has initiated the One Fresno housing plan, and that plan will be completed by the end of March, and we will present to you in April. But tiny homes are definitely a part of it. We're negotiating and talking with various manufacturers of tiny homes, also pallet shelters. We have a plan to utilize pallet shelters actually more towards the front end of this continuum, because pallet shelters are probably the least expensive and most mobile and a nimble approach to getting people into a safe, air-conditioned, heated, and lighted shelter with common areas for eating and bathrooming and showers. So this will all be a part of that presentation that you'll receive in the near future.
No, appreciate that, and I have one request for that comprehensive plan that we're looking at. I think a couple of my colleagues and myself have had a chance to tour what other cities are doing with regards to tiny homes and the way they structure that. What would be helpful for not just myself, but for the entire council and the public to understand. And the previous slide of this just quantified exactly how much it costs to purchase the property, and then the renovation work that goes into acquiring motels, and I'm very supportive of that. But you look at the price tag, and I think we've got some potential with the tiny home formula. But what would help when you come back with this comprehensive plan, and I'm actually going to follow up with you before that, because I've been working on a couple of things with regards to homelessness, is it would be helpful for the council to see exactly what our plan is with regards to quantifying how many dwellings, to put it more clearly, would be available under each of this category as part of our plan. So, for example, X amount of beds for motel renovation, X amount of beds for pallet shelter, X amount of beds for tiny homes, I think would be very helpful for this conversation, H.
That, if I might just add to it, that is all part of the One Fresno housing strategy. Everything you just mentioned, vacant lots, housing inventory, tiny homes, alternative homes, all that will be part of that strategy. And the homeless subcommittee is part of that team.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Chavez, we'll be glad to meet with you and pick your brain on the investigations that you've done, so that we can benefit from that information as well from other cities.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Other steps: addressing encampments citywide through the HEART team, January 27th workshop. Add more housing capacity, April workshop. Continue to measure and monitor outcomes, especially exits. We need to see continued throughput, and we've been very encouraged by a 51% exit rate, especially in light of COVID and the lack of affordable housing. Also, advocating with state and federal funders for continuous, sustainable, long-term funding. And I know our mayor is very much involved in that, and several of you are too. And then co-leading a collective impact approach where we put together a funders collaborative that includes grafting in resources from hospitals, from corporate, from businesses, and from health insurers. Next slide, please. The way we intend to continue to update you is through the 2 council subcommittees, one on homelessness and one on CDBG. Next slide, please. We're open for any questions that you have now.
Thank you, H. I just have a couple of comments, H, for your consideration. One is I've been seeing a lot. Whenever we house people in motels from encampments, I make it a point to visit every motel, talk to the residents directly, ask them some basic questions to understand kind of how it is that they got there. And what I've noticed in a lot of the motels and encampments recently is a lot of out-of-town residents, folks from as far as Oakland, you know, folks from other cities, Clovis, the rural cities, you know, they're getting the message that if they want housing, you know, come to Fresno. If they want to be in camping outside, come near the Poverello House and Rescue Mission. So want to bring that to your attention. We got to figure out the next round of transitional housing, how we prioritize folks who are Fresnans experiencing homelessness versus accommodating folks who are being priced out of other areas or accommodating cities that are choosing not to build shelters in their own cities while still having a homeless challenge. Secondly, on the pallet shelters for the Poverello House, I know that was a zoning change that required to accommodate those shelters going in, but we had an understanding that it would be limited to 2 people per pallet shelter, given COVID. I'm hearing that we're now housing 3-4 people per pallet shelter in the Poverello House. So if you guys can just follow up with me later on whether we're adhering to the zoning condition that we approved for those. Given the peak of infection, I don't think we can, you know, keep people social distance with 4 folks in 200 square feet of space. And then lastly, a couple of things for y'all to consider as well is, you know, what's the status of the conversion of motels? I know that we've have some money identified around $13 million for housing in the city, around ARPA funds. We also have some CDBG funds. But I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation from staff, either in the Housing Committee or CDBG Committee, on how we're going to commit those funds to begin the transition to permanent housing some of these motels. Because if we don't open up more permanent housing beds, we're not going to be able to make space in those motels for folks. And we did promise the neighborhood that it would be temporary housing and converted to permanent. So in the committee structure, we'll hear from that. And then lastly, H, I think we got to figure out a lot of the folks who are doing this work of helping our homeless residents in these shelters and transitional housing, they're nonprofits. I'm sure they're struggling to hire people like the rest of us are. They're not, money-making positions. But what I've seen a lot and heard from the homeless residents is that they're not really equipped with the mental health background and the mental health experts to help with the de-escalation, to understand when somebody's going through withdrawals of drugs, when somebody's, hallucinating, either because they're on drugs or because they have a mental health illness, that they can't really tell the difference. They interpret all action as aggressive and violent when it might be somebody having an episode with mental health. So I know they're doing yeoman's work. I've talked to those staff members, they're doing the best they can, but we gotta have to figure out how to upscale some of the support for these transitional shelters. And then lastly, I am gonna be working with Assemblymember Joaquin Arambula and City Manager and the Mayor on bringing forward a proposal to establish a medical treatment facility within the corridor of Motel Drive with UC San Francisco's medical school, so that we can actually have a dedicated mental healthcare component to this region, given the concentration of population. And I do believe that there is a huge lack of expertise and knowledge of the homeless community and their health needs. And UC San Francisco has been at the forefront of helping us with COVID testing, vaccine deployment. I do think that they could play a role in that space. So we'll be looking for an earmark from the state and the governor to help us make that big investment and provide some kind of permanent long-term health services to that population that desperately needs it. Because it's not structurally sound to rely on a nonprofit with the entry-level employee to determine whether it is a, schizophrenic episode or a drug, withdrawal, or somebody just, being violent, for the sake of being violent. So it's quite a bit of work. But I also have heard complaints about the quality of food at the shelters. But let me tell you this. When I got on this council in 2019, we had 10 shelter beds for more than 500,000 people. Today, we're having discussions about the quality of meals. The amount of meals, the meal portion, the quality of, whether there's too many bed bugs, too many roaches. It is completely different from the first shelter that we opened up on Golden State, where we had senior citizens, farm workers, retired, been priced out of the rental market, with somebody suffering a schizophrenic episode next to somebody dealing with the meth addiction on the same space. There was no capacity yet and experience to understand how to separate populations, meet their specific needs, provide, we were not allowing pets, therefore it kept a lot of people out. We didn't understand the value of somebody having a pet in the streets and not wanting that pet to sleep outside as they're making that transition inside. So as much as there's work and progress to be made, and as uncomfortable as the criticism may be of advocates and homeless residents or neighbors who see encampments, we have made significant progress. And I know we have a team to take it to the next level. And I do hope staff takes our criticism as constructive criticism, because we are at the forefront as a city, and I would put us against any city in the state of California on the ability to serve our homeless and the amount of people that we've housed in the last 2 years, hands down. And we don't have a county, leading this effort. We have a city leading this effort. So in the world of advocacy, Mayor and H said, I'll be advocating with the governor that more money go directly to cities versus going through the county of Fresno, because we can't seem to get a tax sharing agreement with the folks across the street, much less coordinate how we house folks who are being directed to our city, because we're the only ones providing this level of service. So thank you all for the time.
Council member, I want to thank you for that vote of confidence, and I want to also mention that during times like public comment, we welcome the involvement of advocates on every one of our street actions, whether it's a relocation or a garbage cleanup, and every one of the issues that is brought up, we note them carefully, we follow up, and I'll just say this, that we have an incredible group of homeless service providers. And for instance, with the bed bug thing, found out that there is a regular inspection protocol with bed bug zappers available on site. And so that is not an ongoing issue. With the issue of the door kicked in today, you just need to know, and if you want to get down into the weeds on this, part of it has to do with confidentiality, but that individual was having a very bad time. And they were offered an alternative in another shelter. Long story short, we follow up every one of these issues, and we're satisfied that our community-based organizations are not perfect, but they are really doing an excellent job, like you said, and I appreciate that. And we do welcome our advocates. I spent time with our advocates on the street yesterday at 8th Street in San Bernardino, learned much from them, and appreciated their input. They're a vital part. We invite key advocate organizations to our encampment resolutions, and we'll continue to do that. Any other questions?
Yeah, H, I don't see anyone else punched up. I had a one comment, and then the mayor wants to speak as well. H, thank you for the presentation. Very informative. Every time you give this presentation, we find it just staggering, the level of growth of the unhoused population here in the city. And so I'll ask the same thing that I've been asking for a couple of years. If we could find a way to sort of dig deeper and find the root cause of this exponential growth. That's really been probably the biggest impediment to us making progress. We have made progress, but the average city resident probably doesn't see it because all the folks we've housed have been outnumbered by the increase in unhoused folks on the streets. So again, I would encourage the administration to come up with a strategy to sort of dig deeper and find these root causes. We all have our theories. We do know anecdotally what some of these underlying root causes are, but it'd be great to have that in really a data format. And with that, I'll hand the floor off to the mayor.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, H. Great presentation. I was supposed to do this at the beginning, but thought it was probably better to wrap it up in terms of funding. But I do want to say thank you to H. Spees, our Director of Homeless Services. He's done an incredible job and is very, very patient. And Sarah Mahadi and Jody Ketcheside, City Manager Tim Warman, and all of our partners, Poverola House, Mission, Kingsview, we couldn't do it without them. And so we have a really good partnership in play. We have a good plan and a housing strategy that's going to be coming before you, and some of you are participating in that, which leads to funding, which is the third piece. If we don't have the funding, sustained funding, we're not going to be successful. We've been very fortunate with state dollars that have come our way through Home Key 1, and we've been able to take advantage of how we use those dollars with the purchase of motels and providing services. But I had a call the other day with the governor's office regarding the upcoming funding, which is really critical to us in terms of what's going to happen with the new state budget, their surplus, et cetera. As you may know, the state is coming in with a $45.7 billion surplus. Of that money, $16 billion of it has to be committed per state rules to K through 12. Another $9 billion is being proposed to put into what they call resiliency, into the reserve, as well as pensions. And that leaves $20.6 billion left at the state level for discretionary dollars. And 86% of that is considered to be one-time money. And so number of things that they're going to do with it, but I want to speak specifically to two areas, the areas that I think are most important, that is homeless and housing. On the housing portion, the governor recognizes the importance of having long-term permanent housing in play if we're going to truly get to the root of homelessness and be able to dig our way out of this. And so the housing model is very interesting because the question was asked, I think, by Councilmember Chavez about the tiny homes and a number of things. So they're all really rolled into that. And we shared with you, we're doing a One Fresno housing strategy that will be before you, or at least will be completed with it March 31st. Matthew Grundy from my office, Phil Sky from housing, as well as Tyrone Williams, they are the ones that are co-chairing this housing strategy committee. It's going to be very comprehensive. They're going to meet every single week. And at the end of this, it will provide us with a roadmap in terms of how we need to adequately provide housing in the future, which will include affordable housing, market rate, and mixed housing as well. At the state level, they are going to be very focused on how we spend housing dollars on really three things. One of them is in those areas that do not generate emissions. So much focus on infill housing and transit corridor, downtown housing. So anything to do with downtown housing, the Blackstone corridor, the Kings Canyon corridor, any of those that we have alongside the transit corridor, that's where monies are going to be focused. The other thing that they're going to be focused on is where there are already CEQA streamlining or exemptions in place. Again, downtown, Blackstone, et cetera. So that's hopefully where we're going to be in a good position since we're already way ahead of that curve. So housing, $2 billion. And then on the homeless front, another $2 billion package. $500 million of that is for de-encampments. That's emergency shelters. And another $1.5 billion will be for bridge shelters. That is, the governor understands that there's a period of time we need emergency shelter until we can get permanent housing. That bridge shelter is going to be $1.5 billion, money that we can utilize over the next couple of years to get us there. And that is going to tie into the supporting modular homes, tiny homes, and the like. So that really is where we're at. I think you all know that we have applied for $48 million in Home Key $2. We set aside $13.2 million, and ARPA dollars for housing. And so the funding is on the way. Unfortunately, we don't have any of it right now to speak of, but we will over the next 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So with that, that will conclude the workshop. That was purely informational for the benefit of the public and council. We're going to go ahead and continue the third workshop, 3C, into the next meeting. I recommend to my colleagues that they eat their Wheaties before the January 27th council meeting. We're going to have a long one that day. We're going to head off into closed session, and the city attorney is going to announce those items. But before we do that, I do want to remind everyone that we are adjourning in memory of longtime city clerk employee Cindy Brewer.
Excuse me, Council President?
Yes.
City Clerk, as the 3C was on the agenda at the time we approved the agenda, we do have to hear public comment.
It was a workshop.
Okay.
Oh, but it was a workshop, so we don't.
It's a work, yeah,
You guys on your toes, well done.
3A, B, and C were workshops, so there was no, purely informational. Yeah, Mike?
Did you want me to announce the closed session?
1 second.
Can I have a moment? Is that okay?
Please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, and good job. First meeting, great work. A couple fires already put out. I think we're gonna get you a fire helmet and a fire extinguisher when you're done with your year. We are gonna be breaking now. During our lunch break, I was at my office, and behind the window, you may have heard there was an incident at the Mukes home. And what I saw were lots of lights and sirens and officers just rushing out of their cars to the scene. And it really reminded me, today we're going to be breaking and talking about something that's been in the news about our police officer contract. And I look forward to the discussion, but I just want to take this moment to make it very clear to the residents of my district where I stand on this, and I stand with our officers. I don't think it's just about money. I think it's about a lot more. I won't be able to talk about the details of closed session because it is confidential, but I can tell you that I think what our officers and their families want is to know that their city and their legislative body does actually support them and doesn't take pot shots at them, because any day an officer could be the one that's being killed. And I don't do this because, you know, I love law enforcement. I do this because I worry about victims. So I will be an advocate in that session for our officers. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. And again, there was a few different items that came up. But again, we are adjourning this meeting in memory of Cindy Brewer. City Attorney, will you please read the closed session items?
Do we have anybody online to comment on the closed sessions?
You know, I think we have one person. See, Miss Lisa Flores has her hand raised.
We should take that first.
Okay. We're taking public comment now.
Excuse
on
me,
session.
President Nelson.
Yes.
Mr. Esparza, I got to learn a new name now. Louis was easy. I actually didn't have a comment. I had more of a comment on the homeless stuff, but I will be emailing you my questions later. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lisa.
Good job.
Appreciate it.
All right, for the closed session today, which will be all Zoom, and I would not expect any announcements afterwards. We have real property negotiation concerning Grizzly Stadium, also potential litigation concerning the Grizzly Stadium, real property negotiation concerning the UMC campus and the county, and Councilmember Chavez has a conflict on that as he lives nearby. Real property negotiation concerning 1817 North Parkway and 1804 East Olive, and then all labor negotiations with all of the represented bargaining units. That's all.